Something burning in the air tonight. You turn your nose up, just keep flying that kite. I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine. And if I told you you'd be mad this time, I've counseled all the ones like me in the school of friendship, honestly. Been there, done that, fuck's sake. Can I get a break? I've been living in this hell already. I'm just another target holding steady. I've been living on my own since then. I'm nomadic as they come take 10. I'm so great and powerful that you heard it all before. I need to repeat myself. You were listening till now. You'll be mad this time, mad this time, mad this time. You think I know, you know, you said you think you're the best. I'm better to be mad, 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 mad when I know who my friends are. Didn't know what I wanted till you took it all away. No, the only thing I want is to live another day. Every pony says they'll give you a second chance, but deep down they never forget. Ooh, when the scars cut deep like that, I was broken, was not gonna break again. If I do my best or rather when I tip my hat to you, but I couldn't care less, 'cause you won't do the same despite your mess. You know it. You know it. Ooh,
Yeah. Yeah.
you know it.
Yeah.
I can live forever just like you. Working,
Yeah.
playing hard through and
Nice.
through.
Very good.
Pieces of the puzzle fit without
No more.
you.
Thank you.
I'm the
That was great. Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of some kind of horse inside my garage. Hello. I'm coming in. Oh, it's so jolly.
Or is it bankrupt?
No, don't. Or is it bankrupt? Oh my goodness. I need the iCarly sounds. Good morning. It's 1:26 in the morning, and here we are. Let me get this. So yesterday I finished after much struggle, no matter what. So that's good. How much do I know my music? Oh. How much do I know my music? Let's find out. Isn't that no matter what again? Wait, I'm fucked. Okay, I got it. Cool. Can I just type by the seaside? Thank you. I want to type the whole thing. Isn't that Revenge Fantasy? Yeah. Is that no matter what? 2022? 2018? Oh my... Look at that. Do you see that save? Do you see that save? Do you see that save? Nice. Very good. Let's put that away. Or is it bankrupt? So today
Or is it
we're...
bankrupt?
Yes, exactly. Exactly. You get it. Big ass sneeze. Okay. Yay yaoi video game. Something, something. Game mode on. Okay. Time to play The Legends of the Balloon Bro. So, snacking. Right. Now, I know what I said. I know what I said. About these. But they do have their value. And I like it. I did get these as well, just the normal ones, but... yeah. Open the stream and suddenly start laughing. What's going on? I don't know. Yeah, it's the river sticks. Okay. The sticks are different in that they're just like a little bit like crunchy without having a ton of layers. It's like single stick Taki, whereas Takis are like rolled corn chip things. This is a question. Does anyone know if there's like a day limit to this game? As in, if I don't complete this game in a certain amount of like in-game days, I just lose.
The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting.
Is this text just gonna be the same?
The window stands broken in its frame. The morning light hurts your eyes.
Okay.
The fan stands still. The lights are off again. The lights are on. The switch must be broken, because nothing happens. The switch must be broken, because nothing happens. The air... A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
Oh. Interesting. Okay. No time limits on the game. Okay. Is it daytime? I can barely tell. Turn up my voice? Yeah, 1 second. Let's do the properties. Is that better?
The door is closed. Still no answer. Still nothing.
Okay. This guy knows his balloons. I'll be real with you. Oh? The twink approaches. Why are they always at 2 a.m.? Because this is when I'm awake.
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The union must have turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them. I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here.
Think you're Bonnie
They
Real.
prefer to be policed by the union. These men here.
I wish I wasn't nocturnal. My body will hate me if I'm not.
Men who drink beer for breakfast? There's talk of an armed wing of the union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them. I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it. That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM and the Debarders Union. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head, okay? Everything points to the Dockworkers Union. The belt used for hanging him, tracks in the mud, the circumstances in Martinez, my preliminary information, which may, of course, all be wrong. But we still need to talk to them, and it won't be easy. One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Yeah, streetwise. Zoom right past. Do it on your own terms. But aren't you curious to know what they have to say about the murder?
Yes.
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you. Whatever you decide is fine by me.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is I stream at a time that's less good for Americans and, like, better for everyone else. Which is fine by me, also. This guy cannot figure out this fucking bird, can he?
Can I help you?
Just a moment.
She's agitated, judging from the way she keeps pulling at the frayed edge of her blanket.
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again, dear.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, the reason I'm like this is because my own insomnia, too, so. It's not ideal. If I can fix my sleep schedule eventually, I will. But not specifically to stream, just because it's better for me.
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working. The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too. The manager was vague about it.
Uh-huh.
Why would he be vague about phone problems? This is something to look into later. Ask God, maybe.
To let the young woman who's house sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night, but they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
A little missing persons puzzle might just be the thing to take your mind off the hangover.
That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully.
Yeah, the narrator's voice is really fucking good.
You have more important things to worry about. Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday. What could be keeping them? Oh, sweetie, it's nothing like that. Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day. There's a nameless old fishing village nearby, but we've never had any trouble there before. There is a lot of crime around here, isn't there?
You should most certainly bust it down awesome style.
I can't say it's the best part of town, but I wouldn't worry too much about a pair of grown men traveling together.
Some fringe science is exactly what's needed right now. Spice up that vanilla murder investigation.
Are you sure we have time to go chasing after bug hunters just now? I did suggest we play it cool, but... if you say so.
He's so mad.
Oh, thank you, officers. Truly, I'll be right here if you come across any sign of Morel. Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
Well, it's a phasmid, technically, but...
Ah yes, Phasmatodia, a diverse group of insects whose bodies resemble twigs, leaves, that sort of thing. Ghost insects, colloquially.
Where other
Colloquially.
phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insulindian coast. Hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the phasmid with us, officers.
To be honest, this animal sounds like a cryptid. You wouldn't happen to be searching for some kind of gnome of Giroma, would you?
It's simply elusive. So much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists at all.
Establishment. I thought so.
Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all these years, centuries even. Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully? Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect that looks like the reeds. Gary sent us the clipping. Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insulindian phasmid perfectly, and they didn't even know what they were looking at.
Enthusiasm has wiped the worry from her face. Her eyes sparkle behind her glasses.
Oh, she has bug autism. I get it.
I suppose I have something of a personal connection to the Insulindian phasmid. All scientists have their little hobby horses. Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie. Oh dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. It is very special.
What is what? What are you talking about? The top left corner? Here? This is left for me. Wow, everyone's laughing all of a sudden. It's crazy. Yeah, what's up? Can I help you? Wait, please what? I don't get it. No what? No eggs? V. No way. Why is what where? That's just like a tray for like coins and stuff. You okay? What are you talking about? Oh, the door. Yeah, that's the cat. That's the kitchen. We can go in the kitchen. Eggs belong in the kitchen. Don't worry about nothing. Okay, cool.
Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure. Oh dear. I'm not sure where to begin. Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
You can't go around Revachol feeling grown men's hands. If you want to find her husband, you'll need more concrete information.
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting down the woman's description.
Is he interested?
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, you know, just in case. We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even more somehow. By a dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back into the scene after recovering from my accident, and he'd just divorced. We hit it off, and, well, here we are.
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
I hope I've been useful.
Okay. Let's go to the Let's go to the kitchen. Nothing. She's giving. You know what? Tiberius, come in here. Exactly. Exactly.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod,
I'm within.
acknowledging your presence.
I'm within, Kim. Help me.
He looks up at you, then looks away quickly, shrugging and muttering something to himself. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door.
Kim, get out of me. Kimothy.
Let me handle this. Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinez, in case you've forgotten. I advise you not to overstay your welcome.
Her entire character has shifted. This young woman is cold as ice.
No, I am not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union.
Okay.
So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? Maybe he does. That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming, nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest if we have to.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
Why is she completely still? I don't think that's planned. Oh, there. Okay. Okay. Yep. My favorite character in the whole game. With so much to say.
Can I help you?
No. Well, you can help me.
This is where you say your bed.
He and his men carry themselves like giants. You'll need to prove your mettle to be taken seriously.
Detective,
Hey, dipshit. You hard of hearing or something? The boss man's talking to you.
Do not let their squeals disturb your serenity. These are but simple peasants, sire.
Oh, this is about him. A real looker, that won't.
You're sure taking your time, waiting for him to get ripe and pretty for you, huh?
Yep.
Oh, he was a real pretty boy by now. Real hot stuff. Letting out that pretty boy smell.
Yes, Glenn. Keep saying these words.
Time to go to work in the shit factory!
Why is everyone talking about the shit factory? Shanky, have you worked there?
Easy, boys. These janitors have a hell of a job
hell of
cut
a
out for
boss.
them. I mean, I wouldn't go in there for $1 million.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going to get better than this.
Do a head count first. Connect these men to the tracks you saw in the yard. Chances are they're going to match. Starting from the right, boot size 44, blonde man, in his 30s, overbearingly masculine. Wants the world to know he's a macho man. Tobacco chewing and knuckle cracking. Who else do we have here? Sitting on his right, standard working boots, size 45 or 46, eldest in the room, probably mid-50s, smoker, quiet. Across at the other table, hobnailed working boots, size 43, gang tattoos, Mesk or Sarah Mauritian, in his late 30s, early 40s. He spent his youth in Villa Labos, a housing project in the Jamrock quarter. There were incarcerations, hard to say what else. The ink is fading. And then, standard working boot, steel reinforced toes, size 46, the big dick, wide at the shoulders and lean at the hips, rugby cap, fingerless gloves, and numerous scars, a little under 40. The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. A little patch below it reads T. Hardy, Captain. In the far corner, standard working boot, steel reinforced toes, size 44, 40-something, non-alcoholic beverage in hand. You squint. Is that a plectrum? On his neck. Forget it. It's not important. Let's call this one the musician. size 41, with the light step. Not a child, after all. An older man with a rat face, mean, watery eyes, and 2 front teeth missing. In the middle, heaving and wheezing. Big guy, boot size 46, deep marks. Probably carried the victim over. He alone is 130 kilos. Add the man in armor, and you could easily exceed 220. In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprints were theirs, but there's a discrepancy. Exactly. You've stood there for about 4 seconds, not saying anything. Hit them with questions. Where's the 8th Hardy?
It wasn't her, was it?
The fuck is with you, fella?
These do not feel like the right questions to ask right now.
The pretty boy. You guys really love talking about that pretty boy.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Container belt, like we use in the harbor? Because we took it from the harbor where we work. Then we went out back and used it to hang him. We did this together, all of us, until he was dead. That's why there's a container belt around his neck.
There's a catch hidden somewhere. He didn't confess so that you could take them all away. It's too simple.
There is no catch. These 7 honest men have all equally come forth to tell you what happened, so that you don't waste any more of your time.
All 7 together. They're diluting responsibility. It's an anti-arrest tactic.
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy boy without arresting all Hardy boys.
Was she the 8th?
Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation.
But rhetoric has a tendency to want to be emotional. It is not logic. Rhetoric is rhetoric. I guess I'll trust it in this case, question mark.
That's for the courts in Les Jardins to decide. Not for the officer making an arrest. Which we all know you won't be. What you can do right now is go back to your station and write a report.
No. We'll stay here and discuss what happened that night.
You don't have to keep answering his questions.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
Known him? We don't associate with scum like that, asshole.
Yeah! Who do you think we are?
Unlike drama, rhetoric is 99% of the time trustable. Got it.
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy?
Pines.
By the Pines cow, you mean the representative for Wild Pines? The shipping company you're striking against?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know what?
Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions.
I feel like I know the answers to these two. And I don't really care if they don't have remorse or not, because I understand. Like, we just watched this play out, kind of with the assassination earlier, I think. I also don't feel like arresting them. None of these options are enjoyable. I could never be a cop, because I'm better.
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out alive in my town.
Like, if this were me, I can't really quite tell what their motivation fully is. With the way they constantly call it a lynching, it's concerning me. That maybe I'm misinterpreting things. But my current interpretation is, the person they killed was, like, probably anti-worker rights or something, or some sort of aristocrat, or some sort of, like, person that operates for the status quo. These people are working people. And it was, like, some sort of act of resistance towards their rights being stripped. Maybe. That's how I'm interpreting this so far. And I could be missing details here. So, knowing that I'm probably missing details, with the current interpretation, I'm just sitting here like, I would just leave them alone. I wouldn't do anything. It's like, whatever. It's like, I don't know, sometimes you just gotta cap a CEO. You know what I mean?
And he stepped out of line.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Cohoy and Semenine written all over him. Ex-Oranese Special Forces.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
The main problem I'm having with my interpretation is I can't tell if there's... I don't know.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara.
'Cause one night, he walked straight up to the mic and said, I'm Oranese goddamn Special Forces, and I'm gonna fuck you all!
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some Oranese paratrooper song, and said he's gonna fuck everyone.
We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did, right there. Like some kind of animal.
Sire, the tale is true. This is a serious violation of the karaoke
Of the
code.
karaoke code.
Wrong. He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
Like, if these people are telling the truth, like... I don't know, dude. I didn't see it.
From rape to harassment to threats of violence. Why the strange de-escalation? He regrets mentioning it. Hopes you didn't notice.
Oh?
To kill us all, If we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. That was before he started coming here.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started coming here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah, this girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl, young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
Okay.
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it. They got the girl out before anything else could happen.
Yeah, me and Eugene got her out. Aren't you fucking listening?
There's something odd here. Seems like they don't want to talk about that rape Titus mentioned. Why not? This is a serious allegation. Make them talk about it.
No. You're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter. And I'm not discussing it with you clowns.
There's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling you.
Interesting.
We hanged him up by his neck until he got real still. Wasn't that obvious, Copper?
Didn't they teach you anything at the cop school, idiot?
This is where an autopsy would come in handy. You have to work with what you know.
Titus, you don't have to clarify anything.
We overpowered him, dragged his unconscious body to the tree, put a noose around his neck, and hanged him till he was dead and steady.
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you fucks.
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first, then see if it all adds up.
With numbers, asshole. How do you think? You're right, Lizzie. I've done enough explaining here.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Weren't you fucking listening? The fucker came to our bar. It happened right here.
This one has a distinct style. He puts so much whiny emotion into everything he says, it's hard to see if he's lying. But he could be.
83%? There's no way I roll low on this.
Titus is solid as a rock, and so are a few others. But
okay.
no.
Of course he's having trouble breathing. Just look at how fucking fat he is.
Fuck off, Shanky. Angus is a powerful guy. All muscle.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break like a piece of twig.
And fuck you too, Copper. Picking on Angus like this. We're done with this schoolyard shit. And just so you know, he doesn't have trouble breathing.
This one is a stone wall. You won't get more out of them about the night of the murder. Not yet.
Like what, Copper?
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse for them?
Chaise électrique is the method of capital punishment in Revachol under the Coalition. During the suzerain's reign, it used to be the firing squad.
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
The River Esperance Correctional Facility, a military prison run by the Coalition, dubbed Reunion by the inmates. The origin of the name is unknown.
All 4 of these answers fucking suck. I wish I had the option to just not say anything. Have I thought about communism? Plenty. We're talking about in-game or real life. Because either way it's still plenty. But just different contextually. Also, yeah, the fat shaming. When the only person in this room that's a twig is like Kim is also funny as well. Kim needs a sandwich. We can fix him. I would choose forgetfulness from drinking. See, I that's like the most neutral one I can think of, but at the same time it's like, oh wow, you're really that careless that you don't think about these people as people. You know what I mean? It's like, these all fucking suck. Yes, these people were bad people is so stupid. Look, I'm just doing my job is so status quo. What we do is different. No, it isn't. Actually, it's worse. All of these suck. I'll just do the fucking 4.
Doesn't remember them. He just forgets.
Yeah.
Are you hearing this, Titus?
Ain't no use keeping a stiff catalog in your head. That's for sure.
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus. I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder, even if it is a group responsibility. We're going to look into this.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us, real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get a beating.
What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy Boy. There's 7 of us and we're all here. Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy Boy? We ain't hiring.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
Eh?
She? So there's an 8th Hardy, and it's a Hardy girl. Who might it be? Elizabeth? The gardener?
Shut the fuck up, Glenn!
I do the talking here. Now what the fuck do you want, cop?
It has to be good, if he won't let you pursue it. Looks like the lieutenant thinks so, too.
John Disco is a bit dense, isn't he?
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy Boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. End.
You're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
Again, just get the dead guy's autograph, since you're his biggest fan.
Good one, Titus.
About fucking time.
Yes?
You seem to be following me.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
Are you the Hardy girl?
I am not.
You could be, Liz. You could be anything. You could even be a model.
Even a mod? Glenn, I went to law school. I am an attorney.
He's right. With a face like that, she could be on the cover of Le Debutante International.
So fucking what? Lots of models are actually really smart people, fuckwad.
No, Glenn, they aren't.
This didn't change her opinion of you. It's not her. She's not a Hardy girl. Definitely.
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems?
Yes, actually. Wait, they took the money. There was money here. They took the money. What kind of hearing problems do you have? I actually don't. I was just deaf in one ear for 1 year. Hold on. I can't internalize anything right now. How many skill points do I have? 1 left. I was working on Inland Empire. There's that. Sure. Why not? Oh, new Fog of War just dropped? Oh my god, racist Lorryman is still here!
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again? Oh man, that's great. Look at that guy go. Haven't seen anything that funny in a while. God, man. Thanks for that, but no, it's not mine.
He doesn't live in Martinez.
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
Okay, so... Oh, there's so much. Find speed and sniff it. I'm sneezing. The thought of sniffing the materials sneezes me. The pissing competition. Oh, I see. This is the only one with a time thing. Cocaine only comes around later in the game. Oh, thank goodness. I was worried they would give me the overpowered stuff from the start. Sing karaoke. Track down with the gun. I mean, we could start with just...
In the morning light, the white on blue police livery on the motor carriage cannot but catch your eye. Do something important? Something murder-related? There's always something important. Doesn't mean you can't take a moment to admire this piece of machinery. This is a Caprice Canema, the Caprice Motor Corps follow-up to their highly successful workhorse,
I know.
Caprice 40, and the answer to the Lum's racing breed, Ferv series. With its air-cooled, rear-mounted 12-cylinder compression ignition engine, driving the rear wheels through a 4-speed manual gearbox, the Canema is able to reach 100 kilometers per hour in 13.5 seconds, and go on to a top speed of 180 kilometers an hour. The high center of balance is offset by a large battery bank mounted at the bottom of the cabin, feeding all the auxiliary systems and making the Canema effectively a mobile power plant. Even at a standstill, the unibody Caprice Canema looks sleek and dynamic. The cabin is tilted frontward to give it a more aggressive, hunched look.
I like so don't care about cars.
Someone has waxed it recently.
Mm-hmm. You want to take a closer look?
I have tuned into Speed Freaks FM, yes.
Yes. An extraordinary machine.
It's nice and all, but why so modest? Put some zing into it. Flare it up. Slam it down. Helium headlights would improve the range and quality of the visual field a lot.
Actually, I have a pair at home. Just haven't gotten around to fitting them yet. I need to lay some wiring for the ballast first. Maybe. Yes, definitely maybe.
Okay, gay boy.
And means no.
Oh.
130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there. Man, that's got to be a major advancement over the KR18GU engine on the old Caprice 40.
Mama's serving some serious macaroni.
You lost me there. The Kinema is fast. Feels right at home on the raised motor track. Hard to find something that could overtake it.
Armel Ryu Supersonique, a racing motorbike for the road, could probably do it.
Right? Is this still the same?
An old called East Delta Commerce Center.
Yeah, looks like it. Do you have anything, and I mean anything better to do, Kuno? Anything.
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't fucking...
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and white boots. His skin is marbled with decaying veins. The man before you is naked, but for I'm gone.
I hate you, you stink and you're boring.
I'm a joke. Look at me. A killer. A A motherfucker. And a killer. Go ahead, Cobbo. Into the wild pale yonder. In the past. Way out in the west. What do you mean? It's the power of your imagination. Go ahead. Ask me more questions. Because you're a copperoonie. Look at all of them go. Do you want more questions?
Yes.
Here you go, you loony.
Is my name Rooney?
Fuck no. You're no Rooney. No, you don't. Between you and me, your name is probably Harry. Because you have.
I hate you. You stink and you're boring.
Do I remind you of someone?
Oh shit.
A child born with Muller's disease, harlequinism, grown up miraculously.
A deep sea creature.
You sure wriggled out of that one, Coppellini. Come back later, Coppo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also, see me in your dreams.
Okay, dude.
Of course, come back later.
The steel reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt.
He doesn't actually think the challenge is unique. He thinks it's frustrating, annoying, and harder than he thought.
The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting the airship strength material. I was really hoping we wouldn't. The Union appeared to be suspect in this case. It seems like a dangerous route to go down.
I would really prefer if there was another way. These people might have an agenda. But what other options? The corpse twists on the belt, like chicken on a skewer.
Someone else? You mean like the police?
What was that about processing, then? Weren't they supposed to take care of the boots? Why don't they help?
No. Think of the boys from processing as murderers. Only instead of people, they murder crime scenes. Processing is a wrecking crew. They know how to commission off items and how to work the incinerator in the morgue. I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here. We need to get him down, fast. Climb up there and saw the branch? There has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees.
Yeah! Bang bang time, pig! Shoot his head off!
How? Where the buckle ties the rope to the branch. That's a good spot to aim.
Where? Ah, yes, I see. If the shot hits that, there might be a chance to release the belt.
Yeah, now we're talking. Entertain a Kuno with some shit.
They'll miss! The pigs will miss Kuno!
I'll blow his head off.
Take it! Take the shot!
Yeah, take the shot. Kuno wants some of that shit.
Silence. With his elbow sharp, the lieutenant unzips his jacket and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks, securing it in place. That's a Kiel A9090 Armistice, mass-produced muzzleloader, ascetic, frugal, one of the most common firearms in the world.
And it shoots macaroni.
He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
He
The chick's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke slowly parts in the air as the lieutenant steps back and says to himself,
God damn it.
A lot of things were wrong with that shot. The Phalostes was the wrong choice. His shoulders were raised, but above all, he cannot trust his eyesight.
Fucking idiot! Mookaba asshole!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he? Kuno's sorry too. Kuno feels sorry for the Beano Cloud.
The lieutenant doesn't say a word, just looks at the gun in his hand.
I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assistance.
You know, you don't feel like too bad of a shot yourself.
It's bad as it is. Us shooting firearms like punks. Go ahead. I'm not stopping you. Just don't lose it.
They only have one gun!
This is the sorriest pair of pigs Kuno's ever seen.
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana boyka! Take it and shoot yourself in the mouth!
Actually, the proper way of saying it is to step in front of the headlights of my carriage. That's the funny way of saying it.
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly light. Your fingers fit right through the guard, instinctively resting on the trigger. You've held this, an A9 Armistice, before. At some point, it probably used to be your choice of firearm. It still feels comfortable.
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him to shoot himself in the mouth!
The buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your feet planted firmly in the ground and your left hand supporting your gun arm.
I don't think it's very firm. He's shaking.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss. You gonna fuck me? You wanna fuck me, pig? Is that what this is about?
Your field of view narrows. The branch slowly moves, becoming entirely two-dimensional. The metal buckle glimmers, catching the morning light as the corpse slowly rotates. The slow movement of the branch in the wind and your shoulders directing the gun sync up, dancing hypnotically.
I think he himself is dancing hypnotically.
Look, he's crying. You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty?
The buckle explodes into tiny pieces, coming loose with a whir.
Nice.
With your hand numb from the recoil, you look at the body slump down. For a moment, the man appears to kneel in front of you, looking straight at you, helpless, trapped within itself.
Communism.
It takes a millisecond for the association to flash within your cortex. You have no idea where it's coming from, only that it's right. Then the rigor in his muscles gives up, and he smashes sideways into the spring mud, letting out a horrid stench.
By being a damn good shot. Ace is high.
The ace is high, a custom invented by the aerostatic brigades during the revolution, is used to celebrate success in Revachol, especially in sports.
Oh look,
The
Kim is
gesture
jumping
is
for
spread
joy
across the
too.
world, despite the defeat of the revolutionaries themselves.
Dance, Twink, dance. Dance for my amusement.
You could add an ace's low to it, if you like, by turning your back after the high and waiting for another.
Leave him hanging? This shit's a nightmare for rejection dysphoria.
The high arrives with a sharp slap. As you turn around, There is a moment of doubt. Feels like that low ain't gonna connect. Chill. It's gonna connect. But then it does. And with furious precision. The lieutenant is not one to leave an ace's low hanging.
The lieutenant is not one to leave an ace's low hanging. Oh, it's fire. Oh, it's beautiful. The twink knows.
I knew these guys were
Guys, is it gay to high five? Wait, how would Kim feel about this?
Kuno cracks with laughter. Sounds like someone strangling a seagull. It's clear he enjoys himself.
I knew they suck each other off.
What now?
We will perform a field autopsy and determine the cause of death. But before... Excuse me.
Slumped on the ground like that has not improved the way the corpse smells. The fall seems to have released something deep inside it.
It looks like I feel like taking a break from the stench. I'm sorry to interrupt the jubilations here. Just a little breather before we do the autopsy. Yes, the 4 phases of a murder scene. 1. Investigation of the scene. I'm satisfied with that part. The trash container, the prints, we've been thorough enough. 2. Initial examination of the victim. We were exhaustive in our efforts there. Good job. 3. Field autopsy. This will not be pleasant or easy, and it will have to be performed on the scene.
The fuck are they on about?
Cops are gonna cut his shit up next.
4 and final, transport of the coroner's case to the district morgue. I'll do that. God, this stinks. No, you and I are detectives. The honorary rank of detective signifies our ability to handle the entire incident chain. From crime scene to autopsy to cleanup, we do it all. An honor and a burden attached to your rank. Mine is Lieutenant Detective, unfortunately. I can't tell you how tired I am of this corpse. With shooting like that? Of course you are. Your station would not have assigned you to this case otherwise. In the meantime, we should try to interview Evrard Clare, the leader of the Union. Harbor property was clearly used in the hanging. The harbor just east of here. Getting in might prove a challenge, though. Or we could ask around for the representative of the logistics company. My initial information says the Wild Pines have sent some sort of strike negotiator to wrangle control back from Evrard. Yes, and those were the interviewees. Let's go.
The rotting man lies on his side with his eyes looking straight through you. The belt is still around his neck. His body is supine and open to intrusion. By autopsy, the lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
So, okay. Why did it say did I get an item? I guess it was just the gun, probably. No, I'm thinking about it. Okay, if I forget something, what happens? Is it worth forgetting something? If it's useless. I see. Everything seems useful though, so I have no idea. I wanted to... What was the thing I needed to level up for this thing? Kim, you're blurry! Kim! Kim, you're blurry!
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing.
Perception. Sure.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing because there's a secret door hidden behind the panels of Eternite. That's why they're too orderly. There it is. You see a shabby little door.
Well, that was sound design.
What is this then? A tool shed? Let's investigate.
Bone yellow powder.
Amphetamine. Sweet amphetamine. Maybe this Kuno kid knows where to find more. The lieutenant isn't studying the powder in the mirror. He's studying you.
Hey, yo!
There's a good vague way to ask where he stands on drug use. Professionally, I mean.
Perhaps not. This is below our pay grade, detective. However, see that ladder there? It's probably another way into the industrial harbor, no? A secret path the local kids use.
Now kiss. I want them to. Someone told me... Someone said that they don't end up together. It makes me upset. Mummified. No, wait, I want to go back. This doorway is going to collapse soon. That feels like a scheduled thing rather than like an observation, like, oh, this door is set to collapse on like July 7th, just so you know. How do I get in there? Postcard. So much dollars.
Yes?
Kim, not you. Move along, Twink. I was looking at the bottle. A lot of good that did me. jacket. Yeah. I was trying to figure out if I could get that from here. Because I clicked on it and it was... Okay. I see. Stop. I will say, the movement system in this is very hard to pull off with like the...
Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here. When the wind ruffles the cloak, you can most definitely see a white rectangle on its back.
Yes, it's probably yours. It bears the RCM insignia, and you have a habit of being careless with your equipment. You could probably make the jump. You look like you've done some track and field in your day.
The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at the enormous crane towering in the distance over the container yard. That machine is a Kvalsund 1020 HK.
Motherfucker. Now that's a huge crane.
Is it? Kvalsund makes a lot of heavy equipment, but this is phenomenal, even for them. But I digress. We were focusing on your cloak here.
I don't know how it's 0. I could level it up, I think. That might be a good idea.
The tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing.
I was under the impression we are on our way to meet the king of this castle under siege, Evrard, one of the people we are interviewing. This way we may be able to get around his henchmen. Or it could be that we are just exploring. The cloak? I do think it's yours, yes. As to whether you should go for it? Well, it doesn't seem too dangerous. 2 meter stops. Whenever you're ready to do it, I'll be right behind you.
The cloak looks like a bag of goodies floating in the wind. Who knows what its pockets may hide?
It's an
The tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught
Did that
on
work?
the railing. As you leap in the air,
That
a
worked?
chilly breeze
First try?
engulfs you, sharpening your senses.
Maybe it was a 50-50. It said 8% though.
Ankles tingling from the tension, blood roaring in your ears. You are ready for your rendezvous with the concrete pavement below.
Are you sure that was really a 50-50? That is crazy if I just hit a high on 8%. Did anyone see what the roll? Maybe it was like a perfect roll or something. Which is probably still even less likely, but...
As the concrete floor welcomes you, you realize it's been a while since you felt so alive. Alert, capable. Must be the adrenaline.
I knew you could do it. My climbing down might not have been as disco as your jump, but at least we can explore the harbor now.
Climbing?
With your feet firmly planted on the concrete, the noise of the harbor rushes back in. Finger pistol, 9mm. Snap, snap, baby. Turns out guns aren't that much for protecting as they are for attacking people. If you want to protect people, really work for them, you have to whip out your signature dual 9mm Vylet finger pistols. Who needs real guns anyway? That conversation you just had? It would have gone better had you snapped those bad boys at them. Note, 9mm dual finger pistols do not count for an actual weapon in a gunfight.
Good. I think that might be useless. But it's fine. I have it for now. no, it's needed. It's surprisingly very useful, is it? I am not good at clocking this whatsoever. Huh? I thought that was the cloak at first. Wait, why am I wearing that? Okay. Why is he kind of... Never mind. Is he like gonna zip it up or what? Does it not do that? Oh, it's a cloak. I just realized. I don't know if there's a single outfit that he can work with. Where's this?
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Friesel. From the sides of his head, a pair of white antlers spread to the corners of the cover. Because white antlers are one of the symbols of communism, they represent a society in accord with the natural world and at the same time above it. Because Friesel was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. In short, the embodiment of everything the communards wished to overthrow. It's satire, you see. To your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures to direct your attention. Just column after column of closely set text, interrupted occasionally by little doodles in black and white. After rifling the pages with your thumb several times, you return to the table of contents. The magazine is divided into several sections: international developments, Kunst und Kultur, and local concerns.
Wait, content
Just
servant?
inside the cover, there's also an editor's note. Comrade, as you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal expression, du cristal à la fumée. This was his way of describing the way the rigid, crystalline structures of capitalist ideology turn to smoke under communism. But, like the structures of capitalist ideology, we too are at risk of going à la fumée, unlike many publications which are content to spoon-feed their readers reassuring drivel. La Fumée is committed to telling the radical truth, even when that truth may drive away potential subscribers. Only 4 issues in, and it sounds like they've already alienated their readership. So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary politics, culture, and international affairs, please consider subscribing today. Yours in struggle, the editors.
What do you expect? It was laying around the office of the Debarders Union. They're probably bankrolling the thing.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you. This section includes a long, tedious critique of the latest round of free trade negotiations between the EPIS nations and the Free State of Semenine. You also skip over an article about heavy fuel oil smuggling along the Messina border, something about bear wrestling in Samara, book riots in Yugograd. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bear wrestling. Flip back to that.
Alright, let's see what this bear wrestling is all about.
It seems to be part of a new public fitness initiative in the People's Republic of Samara, SRV, devised and promoted by none other than President Kanajinsky himself. According to this extremely credulous account, Uncle Sport, as he's affectionately known to his people,
Uncle
has
Sport.
recently decreed bear wrestling the national sport of the SRV. Of course not. The article makes plain that this is man on bear, or in some cases, woman on bear competition. 2 competitors, 1 ring, 5 rounds, or until incapacitation. According to the SRV's Ministry of Information, the program has been a tremendous success. Public support stands at 87%, and youth obesity and alcoholism rates are down 12% and 7% respectively. This is the SRV we're talking about. If you think those are the real numbers, there's probably a guy who wants to sell you a bridge in Lachette.
In Lachette?
What are you, a statistician? Did the moral intern send you on a fact-finding mission? This is the SRV party line, comrade.
The Samaran People's Republic? No, I should expect not. Why do you ask?
I think he was thinking it'd be fun to partake in a bear fight.
I suppose that would be something to see.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Okay, tell me about Kunstserven.
It takes a moment, but gradually it dawns on you that Kunst und Kultur must mean arts and culture. Why they decided to title this one section in Volda is beyond you. As you leaf through this section, you come across several reviews of recent radio plays, as well as a brief artist spotlight featuring a local artist identified only as CS.
Oh, CS, I think you should go.
The main feature, though, is a long essay titled Tip Top Tournée, a critical Mazovian perspective.
The Jonkler. The Woker?
The Tip Top Tournée is an inter-Isolari racing series, mostly known for its high speeds, ludicrous sponsorship deals, and high death toll. In Revachol, it's held quadrennially on the prestigious Zero Carousel racing circuit.
Batty, can you play the creek flow sound? Thank you.
This so-called artist spotlight is really just a brief Q&A, made all the briefer by the subject's evident hostility to her interviewer. You think you're settling in for a relaxing recap of the most recent season, maybe sprinkled with some nice anecdotes about a few of the more colorful drivers. Instead, you find yourself skimming a 10,000-word feature about all the politically problematic aspects of Tip Top Tournée. Where to even start? For one, there's the crass commercialism of its sponsorships, and then there's the practically criminal emphasis on deadly motor crashes. So, all of it, basically. Oddly enough, this article has 2 bylines, Nasteb Encolada Bernal and Exilus Buka. There's no way those are real names. Have you ever met anyone named Exilus? Come on, they're plainly pseudonyms. And that precisely is what's problematic about it. Were it not for the promise of random, spectacular violence, audiences would quickly lose interest. At the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 750,000 real races that you're really watching for. You see, one cannot avoid the conclusion that Tip Top Tournée is simply the apotheosis of spectacular entertainment under capitalism.
Oh, come on. Can this article read your mind? A certain kind of young man reads 1 or 2 books and suddenly thinks he understands the secret structures of reality. If I had to wager, I'd say they've never even seen the inside of a motor, much less a motor race. I take whatever they write with a large grain of salt.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents. Unsurprisingly, much of this section is taken up with articles declaring unqualified support for the dockworkers' strike. You skim the headlines. Paint the harbor red and white. Martinez tames the wild pines. A city in revolt. First we take Martinez, then we take La Delta.
La Delta.
Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Capeside Apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants simply for not having paid their rent.
Charging rent to live somewhere is pretty outrageous.
The writer G. Martin remarks dryly that capitalists love wealth redistribution so long as it's only redistributed upward. It's true, the rentiers have been bleeding you dry. You really ought to find your own place one of these days. You flip back to the front of the magazine.
I got the communism
The
award.
table of contents unfolds before you.
Kim doesn't seem very keen with the communists. The dark liquid in the pot looks almost sentient. Venom? Kim, what do you want to do in the bathroom? Enough. Ugh!
On second glance, someone has forgotten to properly close one of the drawers.
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork laying around like this.
The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of brown folders, hundreds of documents containing logistical data. 2 kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmara, and the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol. Kuron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among the many districts where the imports are being sold. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry. The drawer
Volition.
slides.
Do I have a volition item? Okay. Just wear the glasses. Okay.
The file cabinet stands steady as ever. Look how blurry all the lines on these papers are. How unwieldy. Hermeneutics was almost within your grasp, but now...
It's okay. I'm playing the game as it was intended.
The file cabinet stands steady as ever. Look how blurry.
It's okay. I'm playing the game as intended.
The file cabinet stands steady. Look how blurry.
It's okay. I'm playing the game as intended.
The file cabinet stands steady. Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. However, there is a little handwritten note stuck on the side
First
of the drawer.
try.
It appears to be a to-do list written in large, uneven capital letters. Remember, Leo, Everart's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everart's plants, Sweep office floor. More banners.
Uh-huh.
All items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled.
Everard Clare, probably. The head of the Debarders Union. One of his aides must have left it. Nothing incriminating here.
The special borscht seems a bit odd in the list. Remember, Leo, all items on the drawer slide.
Okay. Well, that wasn't terribly important, maybe. Typewriter, won't you find me solace? Aspirant. Wait, what does that mean? Oh, I can walk down here. I couldn't tell.
A rusting control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marche and Arrête are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane above. A container is attached to its hook block. Marche. On. Arrête. Off.
Okay, I don't know what this is for yet, so. I just want to walk down. Thank you. Go back there.
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads, René Arnaud. Listen, it's okay to take a few minutes to yourself. Sit down and have a breather.
Huh?
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot up here.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a framed photograph on the table.
Take a picture of the picture.
It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man, René, is dressed in a Royal Carabinier uniform. The girl is young and very pretty. She is smiling playfully at the camera.
Why did you take that picture of René? Fine, but let's move. I don't want to be seen snooping around here.
All those empty wine bottles and cigarette butts on the ground. Someone partied really, really hard here.
Well, yes, I think we can say with relative confidence that it was you. Yes, this scene isn't exactly ripping with joy. Let's just move on.
Why can't I just walk down? Oh, can I not? Oh, it's broken. That time, it was not. Okay. money. The great machines are sleeping. Container, container, container.
Container, container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, container, put the logos on.
The lyrics to this container song are being made up as he goes along. The accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi, from the vanishing peninsula of Ubisund on Muindi.
Container, container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, container, now belongs to Everard.
Do not interrupt the little man in his joyous activity. I will interrupt him.
Everard, 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 he looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can I help you, mister? I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you? I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat. Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister.
Container freestyle. Oh, Easy Leo. That's, I see. Are you the Leo who wrote the note to make more banners?
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them.
The containers in the yard are green in Wild Pine's livery, and the mountains rising behind Leo is all red in Union colors. It's like some red infection was spreading outwards from the container yard's core. There appear to be cisterns underneath the Union container covers.
No, not really. Mr. Everett doesn't tell me all the big things. Says I go and tell them to everyone. Oh, I don't know, mister. They say it's some chemicals. Most of them have labels on them, I think.
Yes, they are hiding it from the inside. All the red containers have the Debarders Union logo on them.
Oh, no trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all.
The little guy affirms merrily.
Oh, yes. Born and raised in Irish, mister. Mum had to leave my dad after he got a bit violent. Took us here to the new world. I was about 10 then. Too old to lose my accent then. People say us Ubis are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other animals and whatnot. I just want you to know there was never any of that where I come from. No, sir. Those are just nasty rumors.
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
Okay.
Yes, yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. Leonard Bellick. But everyone calls me Leo. I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town, and Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Everett is away. Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on once the dinner is done and me and the missus sit down beside the radio. But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
I think you're doing a great job around here, Leo.
Yes, this place really seems to run like clockwork. Keep it up, Leo.
The lieutenant smiles at the little man.
Well, thanks a lot. Coming from you, it means a lot, really. Sometimes I feel some of the guys don't really get how much I bust my ass for them here. But you guys are alright.
Why did he have to swear? That's not good.
Yes, yeah, I'm like, actually...
Who is this?
A real... But I can't listen to the radio all the time. Poor Lizzie. She is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river. 4 years she was gone, and when she came back, she was all fancy and lawyerly.
He respects that word. That's obvious.
But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood. Knows everybody and gets along with everyone. Real pillar of the community one day, I'm sure. If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But she can't have kids. Dr. Lemaitre said so, and she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost 50 years she has.
Law school? Could she be talking about the union fixer, aka the gardener?
Looks like it.
I'm not sure what a fixer is, but she is a real nice girl. Smart as a whip too.
Telling the gardener you know her name might throw her off. Perhaps something to consider later.
Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate. But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everard sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so.
Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting.
Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business. Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off. No, I don't think they killed anyone. Let's better talk about something else. Titus and his boys do good work. I don't want to get them in trouble over a little drinking.
He probably doesn't know anything anyway. Who in their right mind would tell him?
Oh, yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. I almost forgot about the borscht.
What was that about the borscht?
Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since the strike started. It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs every time the lunch is done. Yes, yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it in the whirling in rags. Oh, the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad. Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You do that. Yes, sir.
He didn't actually understand what you meant, and now he's just nodding along.
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just waiting to be loaded up. Oh, you want Mr. Everett then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both nice fellows. They've lived their entire lives in this here neighborhood. Guys like Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Made Martinez what it is today. Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar and I went to the same school we did when we were boys. Oh, Mr. Everett is where he always is. In his office, of course. Bye-bye now.
What is half-light? Threaten people. Oh, I like threatening people. Let's get our threat on. That might be useful for the thing coming up. Never change, easy Leo. Off-brand half-life. I don't know about that. Oh, I want coffee. Fuck. Wait, this is the office inside a bunch of pallets? Or I mean containers? I was reading the words. Interesting. Wait, what? Oh, there we go. Isn't that the guy from Revengeance? Taxidermy fish that tells time.
Before you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work, not the least bit surprised to see you. With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing. He simply stares at you. With a mixture of expectation and impatience, well bottled.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat. I'm Everard Clare, head of the Debarders Union here in Martinez. I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting up. You understand?
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair, on the other hand, looks like a torture device.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
I was gonna call Arsler. So how blind is this run for it? It's pretty blind. No idea when that's gonna happen, I guess, that's until a few tracing plot beats down. Right. Okay. Well. How do I say this? It'll just sound like he's on Twitter. It'll just sound like a Twitter bro.
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized manner, as equals. Take a seat. I insist.
It's nothing. Yes, that's probably right. It's nothing. Forget about it. Filter it out.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another.
Is his name Harry Dubois? Wink back.
So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
Reasonable too, Rob?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating your backside.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say. This should take care of that nonsense.
A giant novelty check on his desk. It's comically huge.
It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager. Go ahead.
Why did I sit there? I don't know.
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it.
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union man in him. A real piece of work, that boy is.
With a grin, he points to the checker game. It's like you're on a game show. At least Don't thank him for it.
Don't mention it. But also, don't forget it. I'm just kidding, of course.
He's not.
Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
What is... This guy knows many details.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun, lost gun, lost gun. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only 2 words escape its gravitational pull. Lost and gun. When he said, don't worry, he actually meant, be very worried.
I know everything, Harry. Right now, I know that you're worried. Don't be worried. Everything's going to be all right. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be all right.
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You always keep at least 2 barrels loaded.
-2 to composure. The chair is killing me. What's going on with this chair? Took the novelty check. The chair is killing you. Wow, I made all the wrong choices. I'm playing this too much of a pushover.
Officer, we will deal with this later. We don't need Mr. Clare's help with this.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Who does this guy think you are? Ronnie the Rookie? You ain't worried about no lost gun, or unpaid bill, or forgotten name. You're the bad cop. You're probably more corrupt than him. Fuck yeah. Remember when you tried the expression on that little minx in the silver jumpsuit? That was you. Snap, snap. The fat man shoots those finger pistols right back at you. He seems to be enjoying the display. Good. Now lean in with some corruption.
That we do, Harry. Let them say what they will about you and me. We're both born fighters. Why, thank you. It's always nice when a fellow professional appreciates your work.
That's it. Now kick back and add a final flourish for dignity.
You strike me as a reasonable man, Harry. I like that in a law man. Let's cut to the chase, shall we? What can Everard Clare do for you?
I think we'd like to ask you a few questions. Don't you think so, Detective?
Somehow you managed to get yourself out of this one. Now quick, keep the momentum up. Ask questions. Whatever you do, don't ask him about the gun first. You don't want him thinking you're scared.
Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to discuss it with you. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me. But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information, we could blow this thing wide open.
Yes, that sounds good. Let's do that.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines, incredibly talented at opening doors.
I'm not sure I understand. If you're asking us to break down someone's door, it's not going to happen.
Come now. I just need you to go open a little door for me and leave it unlocked. A simple thing. Absolutely nothing shady about it.
An excellent opportunity presents itself, sire. You could win the trust of the arch-liar, pretend to play into his hand. Then, should you wish, bend his efforts towards your own.
Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do. You look like you could run around all day.
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist outside help. So what will it be, Harry? Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about. A loud blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, they start acting foolishly. Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you. Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez. Fantastic, my friend. Just let me know when it's done and we can take our friendship to the next level. You can get the key from Manana. He's down by the gates. Manana's like a free agent in the Union. Special operations. Hardened socialist. A real free thinker too. He'll tell you precisely where the door is. One last thing, Harry. Just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door.
El mañana.
I don't know what that means, Harry. Shady brew? There are so many moving parts in my operation, I can't keep track of them all. You know what? Don't even tell me. Whatever it is, do it. Surprise me. Just one thing. If you can, make it even shadier.
He sincerely has no idea what you were talking about. And he doesn't care either.
Of course. Let us dispatch with the formalities. You call me Everard, I call you Harry.
That's what the hanged corpse called you. Harry.
My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesiac cop, aren't you? What are the odds of that?
I think the odds of that are very low.
It might be a good idea to hide your confusion. I mean, see what his game is first.
So good to hear that, Harry. Apparently my sources were wrong. However, if you did have a spot of memory trouble, I could help you out. With my big fat folder.
Words flow like a river of honey from his lips. I guess word has already reached him. No matter. No harm done. It's just a brown folder. You can't make out what's written on it.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now.
Sorry, the mouse. I'm like bouncing up and down. Like, can I even show this? I'm like doing, because my leg's here, and I'm just doing this. I don't know, because my leg's like moving my hand, my hoof.
Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on the edge. Do some
Cool.
probing first.
I'm glad you think it's cool.
It's Harry. Harry Dubois. Don't be silly, Harry. Harry Dubois, that's a real man's name. A Union man's. Mr. Kitsuragi doesn't seem even slightly empathetic to your memory loss, Harry. I, however, wish to help you any way I can. Well, Harry, if I were to sum you up in one word, it would be apologetic. Well, you sure come off as very confident in all our interactions, Harry. You're a real man's man.
He's probably just making a guess based on your recent activity in Martinez.
Family? Harry, you're not a family man. There's not one peep of family in here. Unless you think you're a family man. Do you strike yourself as a family man, Harry? That's why I like you, Harry. A good man knows both his strengths and his weaknesses, and you, my friend, you are one of the all-time greats. Ah, this? My friends in your organization gave it to me, Harry.
This translates into, haha, you guys are so corrupt.
I find that very suspicious. May I have a look?
I'm afraid this is meant for Union eyes only, Mr. Kitsuragi. I'm sure you understand. Please continue, Harry.
As you look at the folder, Everard covers it with his hand and pets it. He's hiding it from you because it's not a real RCM folder. It's just another one of those brown folders you saw in the file cabinet.
Okay, Harry, you got me. This is from the Census Bureau, not the RCM. Those Census Bureau people are absolutely corrupt. You should do something about them.
He got the name from the Census Bureau, and everything else from your actions here in Martinez.
Yes, Mr. Kitsuragi from the Census Bureau. Like I said, now I'm actually a very busy man. So is there anything else I can do for you, Harry?
That means he doesn't really know anything about you. A pity. The mystery of you will have to remain a mystery for the time being.
Yes, that's what I said. Try to keep up, okay? Let's move on. Harry, honestly, I'm just relieved you didn't get a hernia. A man your age...
Enough wackiness. Let's get back to business.
You did look like you were gonna collapse and die when I told you about your lost gun. Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it.
Take a shot every time he says man. That's a good point. I don't think this game passes the Bechdel test.
Yes, your lost gun. My best men are on it. They're turning every stone, searching every playground, asking kids, grandmas, everyone. Your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you of that. It's just a matter of time and effort.
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage. Who knows? Only one thing is certain. If you work with him, you're going to get it back. And working with him might be the only way to do it.
Should I say keep it? Like, bluffing for certain, but will that work? I'll do it.
I don't care about my gun. I love it, Harry. Wish I could be like that, but I can't. I have a responsibility to this community. I can't have a loaded gun out in the streets.
The officer is exaggerating. Of course we care about the missing firearm, and we are actively looking for it as well.
Excellent, Mr. Kitsuragi. That's excellent news. Looks like we have a friendly gun-finding competition on our hands. Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate. Here, you're one of us now. A real red and white Union man. Take care, Harry.
What a silly man. So quirked up and bisexual. It's not
mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larice said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. They can only get so far before they're aching to get back. And lots of folk really did keep coming back. No trouble at all, mister.
No questions. Thank you, Leo. Very cool. I'm so ungrateful, Leo. That was awful.
So, how'd you like our harbor?
You've been in there, he means. Talked to the boss man too, probably.
It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains. Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk. A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open? Of course, I got you. You don't know anything. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say. Polar weasel? Oh, I know what you mean. I'm pretty sure he's actually Occidental, though. So you're gonna be committing fratricide, my racist friend.
That's what that meant? I thought we were talking about, like, animals.
What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the Whirling in Rags. That's all I know. Our organization is what you call compartmentalized. Means we keep out of each other's business.
Because, wait. Because we were talking about the, what the cryptozoologist's wife conversation was like. I thought that maybe, like, animal studies reference of some kind. I did not catch that. Damn it.
Okay, but where did you get the key from?
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things that really, truly matter. None of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I guess.
Too bad you're locked in now. Welcome to hell. God damn it, I took the Elon Musk route. I took the Elon Musk path.
I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff. Who I am, who you are, what we are fighting for.
He means he's not going to tell you, cause he doesn't know. But he will shoot his mouth off with you now that you're working for Everard. Who he is, and what they're fighting for. This is interesting.
Los Ardis? They're an independent militant group. A bit too high-strung, but it comes with the responsibility. They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's Everard's law. But really, they're just like you. We're negotiating our share. Aye. This stuff, they already covered.
Wolf?
It's not enough. Not enough to get ahead. More about keeping us in our place.
Woo!
All of it. However, right now we want all the harbor workers to be on the company's board, so they could take part in the decision-making process.
This seditious talk sounds like communism. Just so we're on the same page, communism is basically wanting to kill the rich people or deporting them to a labor camp in southeast Grad. But don't say that out loud if you're a communist.
Ayo.
I think it's best you make up your own mind now that you've met him. In my eyes, he is a capable organizer and a decent businessman. I guess you kind of get to be the village chief. He oversees the harbor, makes deals with the owners or other relevant parties, watches out for his own.
By that, you mean corruption?
By heavens, why would he not be corrupt? We live in a harsh and disordered world, see? And in this world, the old man is corrupt for our benefit, and we know it. Appreciate it even. He is, personally, not too lavish. Okay, he's reasonably lavish, sure. That's his prerogative. It's not like you want a saintly demeanor on a corrupt motherfucker. That would be a manipulative illusion.
That's fair.
Besides, there are no non-corrupt systems in the world anyway. And moralism is the most corrupt of them all.
This man has political theory, and it has not failed him today.
I think it's best you make up your own mind. He's probably in his container at the harbor. So head right on in there.
But didn't we just talk to him and doesn't he know that?
No. I don't think I'm a communist. Seeing something of value and saying I want it all to myself is a much older and simpler notion. No science to it at all. Even a weak child can think it. The only things holding someone back are I can't and I shouldn't. A none of the above kind of man. No harm in being that. Sure, I've had the necessary free time. Fortunately, there's always time.
The look in his brown eyes conjures up an understanding. For him, having command of his time is the most important thing. It all comes together now. The way he speaks about scabs, his general attitude. He's a follower of a 500-year-old Franco-Nigerian Boyadero code, itself an appropriation of Vespertine cool.
What, by Björk?
That of a noble peasant or a traveling herdsman. True to yourself, independent in your actions, loyal to your friends. No. No. The man sits on the railing, his hands reaching far and wide. Yet it feels as if he could, effortlessly, go even wider, if need be. An endless torrent of time.
The mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing? What a thought! Why would noble workers resort to such a thing? Unless they were pushed, of course. Your dead guy was an enemy combatant. He was an agent of the opposition, attempting to undermine our honorable efforts.
Homogenic manner. True, actually. Not an opinion everyone would agree with in the Björk world, but I kind of agree with you.
I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men, with all sorts of skills.
He's not lying about not doing it himself.
Understood. This has been of limited use. Still, thank you.
Homogenic matter is a very good take. I appreciate it.
No problem.
I fucking missed it.
Hola, wandering man. How can I help you?
I didn't mean to click leave or whatever. This part wasn't too important. I'm starting to be able to sort information from this game now, which is good. Because at first I was like, oh no, I can't read the fucking radio.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything. Wow. I didn't know you worked for the union, sir. Anything else I can do for you?
No, you don't work for the Union. The Union works for you by supplying you with cash. That was easy, worryingly so.
I just see a lot more vocal support for Vespertine, but...
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoats are transparent, except for the big Fritta slogan on them.
Fritta. How are you doing?
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
That's still happening. I want to see if I can get on the roof.
You see a heavy... You immediately feel drawn to the color.
Can I help you?
So, okay. The autopsy. Find a logistics company representative. The cook. Okay. So that was that place in the back. I remember. Why do I have 9 communist points? Because I do. Because I'm the realist.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence. The mention of mañana gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words and lively gestures.
Why do I have 1
Then
fascist
he
point?
falls silent again.
Because I did the Elon Musk movement, I think, on accident.
The man says a couple of sentences in that strange language of his, and then seems to wait for you to speak. I'm pretty sure he asked you a question. He doesn't know your language. You can just say something cool in return.
Mercury rising.
Horse need more vodka?
Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirits. Clever move by the Union.
Of course, vodka. Now that makes a very, very special borscht indeed. Turn it up and then ask for some yourself.
I feel like people would be able to taste that.
Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea, honestly. The place is a powder keg.
Polish jump scare. Oh, that is Polish. Question mark. I think we already mentioned this before. Yes, nod and turn your fingers clockwise. Turn the vodka up.
The cook gives you a long, disappointed look, then turns the stove off and seems to wait for you to speak. He smiles. It's almost like music.
Wait, is that a bad thing I just did? Did I just fuck things up? Maybe it's fine. Oh yeah, upstairs. How do I get upstairs? You just made them sober. Wait, are you the famous Dishy? That I've been hearing so much about? Are you the one... You're the one who said, now announcing Moonlight Glow? Ah! Audience cheering? Hell yeah. I've been quoting it like all week.
The door is closed.
The first time I heard it, it got stuck in my head, and so I've just kept quoting it. I'm so glad I have selective memory retention. Now, how do I get upstairs? Now announcing Moonlight Glow. Just teleport out. What am I doing? How do I get up there? This is so trifling. You're a Pegasus, just use your wings. Ah, fucking Drake laptop gif situation. Can I eat the body? I don't need it anymore.
Fuck, does Kuno care?
Alright, I need to know.
Kuno doesn't...
I know.
Fuck, does Kuno care?
It's not Kuno. It's Kuno S.
Oh, I succeeded.
Kuno S is by far the worst of the two. Kuno has no problem being near you, but the other hides behind the fence, afraid for her life, like she's done something very bad. She came up with that psychopathic scheme of screaming for help before. Kuno just wanted to talk to you about his name. Kuno S was the one who wound him up and directed him. Also, Kuno hasn't stopped talking to you, even enjoys it from time to time. When you talk to the other one, it's like talking to a cornered animal. She only hisses.
So glad you like Monarch of Monsters. Now it's time to listen to I'm Creekflow. Would you like a taste? Would you like a taste of Creekflow? Let's have a taste of Creekflow. Everyone sink your teeth in. So I hope you liked it.
All in all, Kuno respects madness. You cannot hope to outdo her on that front. You must win yourself a few minutes with him alone.
Fuck you whispering about?
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But watch what happens.
Fuck you whispering about!
She puts extra stress onto that word, expecting it will make you uncomfortable.
If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this.
It's okay. The pig's trying to pit us against each other. Not gonna let him do that.
That's it. You let him off the line. That was a bad, manipulative thing to say. You should understand. I got you this far.
Damn it.
I couldn't get you all the way.
Try to fuck my Kuno! Try to fuck my Kuno away! Me and Kuno are tight!
A chill comes over you, the wind from the boulevard south, lashing you for trying to separate them, for trying to take the street out of Kuno. What's going on is an ungovernable, like you don't have enough on your plate. You feel a sudden surge of self-pity coming on.
Hold on. I'm gonna play this game as intended. Twink, get out the way. Christ. Twink, your twinkiness. Out the way.
Fuck does Kuno care?
It's not Kuno. It's Kuno. Kuno-esque. She came also, all in all.
Fuck you whispering about?
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But watch what happens.
Fuck you!
She puts extra...
If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up.
Crazy? You don't know the half of it. She's not crazy. She's insane. Dangerous. She's smoked a man. She's done people in. Probably even pigs.
Stop talking to him! Kuno, I'm fucking warning you! You're gonna get us into shit!
She understands what you're trying to do.
Yo, see? Did Kuno not tell ya? Kuno told ya. Kuno talks to whoever he wants. Talk, pig. Kuno's got it under control.
You did it. They're separated. He's even turned his back to her, so she can't read his lips.
Fuck knows. She says it's the Song of Air people or some shit. Crazy people. The fucking Nakis. I don't know.
It's Suruese. The Suru are an indigenous ethnic minority in the social democratic powerhouse Vasa on the tundra and tiger-covered Isola of Katla. Far, far away from here. As far as possible, really.
Suruese? Like that man from Helmdall shit? She could be. She could be that Helmdall shit.
Revelshot does have a small Suruese community, or she climbed into a yakberry crate and was shipped over accidentally.
Yakberry? Is that real? I'm gonna look this shit up. I gotta know. Okay, that's not a real thing. Damn. Wait, Kuno likes reading. I was just thinking that. But it's like, is it reading? Because it's like the Marvel Cinematic Universe of Disco Elysium type shit. Yakberry. So that's such a good word. I might steal that.
Yeah, she's psycho. None of that kiddie psycho. Cat burn and shit. She does the real deal. Snuff radio shit. Believe me, pig, you don't want to know.
And he doesn't even want to think about it. This isn't just another boast.
Fuck no, she's not me sister. She's just a stray who got in. Like a mad dog or some shit. Yeah, she was just there.
What was that, Kuno?
She was in the hallway, dripping wet, by the fucking shoe rack, in the dark. Kuno's got no fucking idea. Her hair was all wet. I think she pissed on the floor too. She was there for 3 days, in the corner, every time Kuno went out. I don't know. Someone left the door open. Kuno comes home and she's sleeping under the desk, under a pile of clothes, like a dog. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit. Doesn't even see her there, or thinks it's fucking Kuno. Shit's all on Kuno. Yeah, she would have liked to fuck him up, but she didn't. Kuno wasn't around, and C was with Kuno. Look, Kuno's gonna put you at ease. We didn't do it.
He speaks the truth, my liege.
My liege, the bacon bits. My liege, the bacon bits. My liege, the bacon bits.
Kuno means she killed someone. That's right, C's a killer. Like, actually a killer.
Shut, it's fine. My liege, the bacon bits.
His little green eyes are fixed on yours.
not the fucking bacon bits.
He's meant everything he said before, but right now, he not only means it, he is sincere.
Believe me, Shadowlight, the bacon bits are coming. Front-facing Shadowlight. We're just quitting Yaxlin.
Are you getting this? You think I'm fucking telling you a joke here? How hard do you think it is to kill a fat ass? Sweet talk him, then knife him. She's probably killed a pig too. I mean, I'm pretty sure she has. Forget Kuno said that. Kuno was just shitting. Kuno was just running his mouth. Kuno's stupid like that.
A cop would be too large for her to overpower, but a determined child of her size can still kill the vulnerable, the elderly, the homeless, or other children. The creature peers at you both from over the fence. There is something searching in her eyes. Kuno falls silent. He does not look at you when he replies.
Kuno, that's it. That's what Kuno is starting to think, yeah.
He usually looks you straight in the eye. A little something just crumbled there.
How's Kuno dealing? Kuno's dealing just fine. He doesn't need you fucking with any of it. C doesn't either. Kuno's got this shit under control. Listen. C is Kuno's go-to. Kuno's protecting her. You fuck with C, you fuck with Kuno. You threaten her. You threaten to take her away.
This is what it all comes down to. He needs you to take him seriously now.
I'm going to kill you. I'll run when you put the cuffs on her, sneak up on you later, and fuck you up. You understand? Alright, now we can do business. Yeah? What do you want? Kuno can hook you up with...
Don't hook him up with shit, Kuno!
See? Relax. He respects the Kuno. Kuno made him respect the Kuno. You respect the Kuno, you get all kinds of shit. Kuno's gonna get you hooked on illegal narcotics if you run a little errand for the Kuno. Get you hooked, pig. Get his hook in you. Then Kuno gonna get you hooking for more. Cash in big style. Pig hooker. That's right. Kuno's a candy store for pigs now. Get ready to be rewarded. Yeah, did you fucking there? It's a vitamin, pig. Don't you know anything?
You could use some.
Yeah, it's the Mac. You fucking need that shit to stay on top of your game. Kuno goes through like a tube a day, rips mag like a motherfucker, and you could use a bottle.
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno! He's gonna use it against you, Kuno!
You're not getting this, pig. It completely takes away the hangover. It's like you didn't do anything. Like you stayed home playing with your choo-choo?
Fuck you, pig! Don't do mag! You're gonna OD and you're gonna fucking die!
Isn't that what she wants, though?
Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape.
Cooter, when's the mixtape dropping? Oh wait, that's a sentence.
Yeah, Kuno plays on Snuff Radio, fucks pigs, live, fucks their heads off. Kuno's a cop killer. That's where Kuno gets his daily hit of electric. Kuno Shazam. Kuno rides the fucking lightning in there, pig.
Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too, wouldn't you? You feel tired and old, but you could have that sparkle in your eyes.
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom. Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Hear that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking. The lack of magnesium has you slouched. Yes, and it's critical. Look at yourself. You're practically devolving into a fish due to the lack of magnesium in your bloodstream.
I need to mag it up, so I need to mag it sideways. Kuno mixtape drops December 23rd. Kuno's gonna be there, no matter what. Gorgonzola, no matter what.
Mag it sideways? What are you talking about? You need to mag it
Wait,
up.
long season reference?
You've probably had 2 heart attacks and a minor stroke already. And the only prescription is insane amounts of magnesium.
Fishman's.
Yes, if you want to live, you need to evolve. You need to transcend the carbon barrier. Go to the apothecary and buy insane amounts of magnesium. It will reverse the damage to your circulatory system.
Well, that was enlightening. What's good?
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Bye. A good one?
Yes? Hello?
Hello?
Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much. If she's such a working class woman, why isn't she working?
Not all the time. Right now I'm browsing books. Even a working class woman needs something to read.
Good.
It is. I know you are.
Everyone can see that. The rectangles.
Kim keeps getting mad at me. It makes me sad.
Mm-hmm. What with?
What with? A lot of things. For example, people tend to go missing. Her hands move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers look rough, stained with yellow. It seems like she has spent a lot of time at work, smoking. Another comrade. Years of labor are pressing down on her shoulders. She deserves a hug for all the work she's done for mankind.
Ew. Why would I do that? Why were you just hugging people on the street? Sure, why not?
You step in and close your arms around this foreign body, wandering astray in touch. There's a small movement beneath your hands as you shut your eyes. Then, a tiny voice breaks out and asks,
What is happening?
She seems to be confused. Your hands are wrapped around her polyester coat. The fabric feels cold, moist from the sea nearby. The situation is oddly intimate. Your cheek is pressed against her shoulder. Her hand is trapped between your chest. 5 seconds pass, and their passing seems so unimaginably long. Then She coughs and says again,
What are you doing, officer?
less talk, more feeling. Keep your eyes closed. Soak in the closeness. See what the feeling entails. The feeling continues. Warm and comfy on the cold shoreline. You hear a question rising to the surface, trying to break the sensation. So tell me, how does it feel to be close to someone,
Okay,
skin to skin? I wonder how long it has been since you last hugged someone.
Officer, what are you doing? Fighting for it how?
A hug a day keeps the bourgeoisie a day away, May.
Oh.
The bourgeoisie.
I guess it's better than nothing. Keep fighting on, my fellow comrade. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Bourgeoisie, I keep reading. Maybe your husband is missing.
My husband? No, he's not.
Where could he be?
I don't know. At home now? Out drinking with his friends? Working?
Where is this going, officer?
She gives you a short nod and shifts her attention back to books.
Okay. What is happening?
I don't mean to disrespect, sir, but you are being a bit of a cockatoo here.
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get ladies. It's better to indulge him at this point.
I don't even have a cockatoo. And guess what?
It's a trap. Never ever say what.
Great. Wonderful.
The woman before you nods and returns to her reading.
That was strange. That was strange of our good friend, the balloon champion of the universe, to do. What is that? Okay. No, I didn't. The fucking balloon champion did it. He's supposed to be Elon Musk, right? That's all he does.
Whoa. What have we here?
A bridge.
A bridge with loose nails and rot-infested wood that creaks in the wind. A construction code violation if there ever was one.
Hold up. Elon Musk is a CEO, right?
Sure, they never cleaned up the war damage. The rest of Ravachol looks better, though.
Luigi's a bit preoccupied. It's time we call in Mario. Hello, Mario. And ahead of Doge. Well, you know what they say. Take the dog out to the back, double-barreled shotgun, and let that old yeller yell one last time. You know what I mean?
The bridge is fine enough. Locals use it all the time, after all. It's nothing to worry about. Shall we?
I didn't go down this way last time. I was supposed to be going over here. I don't want it yet.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
No one says that. I says that. Mario gets Elon. What are we... I wasn't suggesting that. Why on earth would I suggest that?
Hey! Up here, piggo!
Pego. I'm busy. Oh. Why wouldn't I suggest that? True. Maybe I do suggest that. The belly of the boat. Fuck are you? Bye, buddy. Damn, I did get to play the sound. Wait. There we go. I fixed it.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good afternoon, officers. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines,
Oh.
the owners of the harbour.
Oh.
You gentlemen must be from the RCM. Baton, my maiden name. I'm glad to see you here.
Like steel, there is strength there. If she wanted, she could sink her nails deep into your skin.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
It happens quicker than a shooting star. But did the lieutenant just wink at you?
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
You're on a boat.
Why, yes I am.
Does she have a name?
The boat? No. It is called Cor de Lady 19, because that's the type of sloop it is. It's a pleasure craft, a 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business. My sloop, I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
Oh, don't ever say that again.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around? I mean, we are on Le Caillou, are we not?
Technically, the neighboring Ozon and Fas a la Mer island groups are archipelagos, while La Caillou, by contrast, is a single fertile landmass, the fourth largest island in the world. It is not an archipelago.
Okay, if you want to get technical. The point is, we're all on islands here, and sail is still the most expedient way to get from one island to another. Especially when you're in a hurry to resolve a strike.
Have you tried walking on water, Jesus?
I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Oh, damn.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the island.
She's like, I'm willing to cooperate. And then just immediately is getting like passive
You
aggressive.
need to make this lady admit she's only riding around on this boat because she's rich.
Yes, I do.
You have the guns and the ammo. Take this Clausen fiend down.
Oh my, the E word. You mean to say that it's a symbol of conspicuous consumption? That I'm a member of the ruling class?
Yes.
Detective, may I remind you that Mrs. Messier is a professional negotiator.
Then what does that say? Does it say docking reserved for residents of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A? 33A? This old proletarian haunt here. As I said, plenty of people drive boats of all social strata.
There he is. No. No. That is a two-digit number, followed by a letter.
Your synapses flesh.
Okay, it is anti-centennial. I assure you, they drove quite a hard bargain for this space. But you're right, I am a bourgeois woman, and this is my fast, lightweight, interminably bourgeois boat.
This is my bourgeois boat, and I am a bourgeois woman. A bourgeois day keeps the straightways.
Officer, I assure you, I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's hull as she smiles. Qualified pleasure craft operator. So charming. Where's the damn license?
That's my threat, isn't it?
I just renewed its safety inspection last month, officers. It is completely seaworthy. In fact, it's taken part in not one, but two insulindic regattas. Even finished once.
Actually, you don't. The Wayfarer Act specifically denies the RCM the authority to demand anyone's operator license. It's a little-known fact among us law officials.
The Wayfarer Act is one of the few pieces of legislation governing human interaction in the Revachol zone of control, along with the Emergency Trade and Ailments Acts.
Yeah, it's really like Wayfarers. Like that's just lore.
It's one of the foundational laws in Revachol, designed to limit the authority of local institutions. Part of it prohibits the RCM from requesting most documents and licenses without permission from a coalition representative. It's a law that keeps Revachol what it is, in limbo.
I was just being polite. Even school children know the Wayfarer Act. No need to politicize this. You may still ask for the lady's passport.
Of course.
The woman is silent, smiling while the waves lap against the hull. In your hand, under the plastic, a light blue passport saying, Republic of Vespa. The coat of arms has a lion and an ostrich. Seigent, the Republic of Vespa, formerly the Republic of Vespa Messina, was once a dual kingdom. An amicable parting of ways produced two constitutional monarchies.
The
Vespa, the richer of the two, is an occidental nation known for its proximity to the Pale and its exotic
a monarch
financial
day keeps the
derivatives.
Rizia days. Okay, 21. What the dog doing, Adam?
It is a stable country, and yet there has always been something ominous about its perfect stability. It's a place at the edge of the Mwindi Isola, overlooking the Ubi Sunt Isles, fracturing into the great unrest of the Pale. The woman, born in the year 3 in the commune of Revachol,
Holy shit.
smiles at you.
3?
Face adorned
There
with
he is.
frown lines and crow's feet. The photo is
There-
recent. The name
there he
reads,
is.
Rejoice Leighton Messier.
Yes, but please don't call me that. Joyce is much more efficient. My husband is. I have dual citizenship. A Vespertine is handier when traveling.
They split him in half. I mean, that's lore accurate.
She nods and returns the plastic bag to her coat.
Good.
She takes a sip of her thermal cup. Okay.
What we do. I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
You have monarched the last monsters, John Huntress. John Huntress keeps the bourgeoisie away from the bourgeoisie, and someone named Dylan just came down from heaven and said, I'm going to give you the Sword of God. The Sword of God, also known as being the Moon, right?
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
Tell me more about the BGG.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo-tribes remain.
Joyce Bourgeoisie, have you met Conclord? Thank you. Tell me more about the boing yoing yoing. The spring on my shoes. Tell me more about them, tell me more. I can fly so high and jump so low. I'm inside your home's depot. And there is a cat in my house named Burger Cheese. Thank you. Very good.
Jean-Baptiste, LUM, an unknown entity known as Brightest Star.
The bourgeois way.
Why, thank you. I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
Alcatraz, thank you so much. Island prison from San Francisco. I appreciate it very much. That's it? I thought Wallplates was supposed to be big time.
And to think, there are years when the group books losses in the billions. Walpines employs 72,000 people, all of whom have families that depend on their salaries.
Whoa.
It is a tremendous responsibility. They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when pine ships explored the South Seminoles and charted Lormantang on behalf of the suzerain.
Funny enough, a lot of the samples that I use from my childhood throughout, like, things like Cutie Marks and Paradise Valley are from a field trip we took to Alcatraz, so that's lore.
Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it.
Ballad of Bart, I'll get back to it. I've been working nonstop on the No Matter What stuff. And, convening with the Pilfered Squadron. So, after finishing, the No Matter What stuff, I was like, I need a break from music, just for a little bit. Even just a little bit. This was a hard one to do this year. Not for any other reason other than motivation. Difficult. I did not get to meet or chat with Wooden Toaster. I am John Alcatraz, collector of prisoners. Well, you're doing a very piss poor job of it, because there's no prisoners there now. Unless you count me for about 2 hours on a tour. Still a fan of your work, Alcatraz. No disrespect. Shout out to the Pilfered Squadron. This, no matter what, this year is going to be the most Christmas-oriented one we've ever done. And it's going to have, like, the most people involved with it. For better or for worse. I think track 2 is going to confuse most people. But that's a good thing. I've lost track of this conversation. I should have been paying attention. I'm learning about the history of this logistics company. There's track 2 coming. So no matter what, 2024 is going to have 4 songs, or 3 songs plus the 50-second how the vid still hearts-warming thing. If you count that as a song. Part of me thinks that Jingle Bells as performed by the Pilfered Squadron seasonal choral group is going to be a Christmas tradition in the making. And if you like making fun of dead people, you're really gonna love this one. If you like making fun of people who have died, you're really, really going to love this no matter what celebration this year. This year is all about making fun of the dead. You're all gonna love it. For those of you who don't know, there's only like 37 people in here, so it's like, I feel like most of the people in here will probably be like relatively knowledgeable about my work, but if you're new here, no matter what is the first official song in the Vylet catalog. There were some other things that were released before, but they got removed, so that didn't really count. No matter what marks like the start of the Vylet Pony project as a concept, I think, officially. It's the first song I made. You can find it by sorting by oldest on YouTube or going to the No Matter What playlist. And basically, the tradition has been to remake it every single year, and I haven't missed a single year. And that started in 2012, so I've remade the song every single year since 2012. The first few times was just to, like, build on the original idea, and then I started playing around with, like, experimenting with how the song could be restructured and redone. All the way to the point now where it's, like, gotten to be a contest to see how far I can take the idea while keeping it still true to the original in some way. I thought it being at the end of the year was the intention. No, actually. It really is just because it released on December 23rd every year. On the first time, I mean. Can't wait to have 80 versions of the song. I'm not gonna live that long, but I'm glad you think I will. And I really like it because it feels like a really good way of evaluating where the project has come, where I've come as an artist. And not only that, but usually the song reflects, like, no matter what has come to reflect sort of the tone of the year for me each year. And what's funny is, no matter what, 2023 last year was meant to be, like, the worst, like, the most upsetting and, like, pissed off sounding version of the song. Because 2023 is, like, the start of a really just shit time for me. And I would say 2024 has, like, been, like, the worst year of my entire life. But what's crazy about that is, I feel like I've come out on top really, really hardcore. And found a way to turn mentally everything around for myself internally. And so despite 2024 being, like, the worst year of my entire life, I think this is going to be the happiest sounding no matter what, because it's, like, it feels like a triumph. Like, I survived, and I'm here, and things are actually, like, I can figure this shit out. So, instead of wallowing in the garbage, it's like, just perseverance, and, I'm happy about it. The end, 2024, as an end, the end of 2024 has been actually rather pleasant. Has been very good, actually. And this is coming at the end of a really, really long period of just bullshit. Internal strife. So 2024 ending in a really weirdly pleasant way, which is funny because it didn't come about that way in a pleasant way, but it really just like, I don't know, it's hard to explain. It is very hard to explain. There's so much context. On the flip side, there's also a part of me that's so like in turmoil still, and I feel weird about feeling okay, as I tend to feel. I mean, that's like the monarch thing, but it's not even just about internally feeling that weirdness. It's just like I've noticed a very, very big drop in people talking about like the Palestinian genocide online. Like a lot of people have just stopped talking about it as much. And the way that translates to me is really, 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 it's really painful to think about. Like, everyone wanted to discuss it. It's, I don't want to say the word trend, but everyone wanted to talk about it when it had a heightened coverage in the news. And now so many people are not considering it whatsoever. And yeah, people did say it was going to happen. People did say people were going to stop talking about it as much. But just like seeing it happen in real time and just like being like, it's definitely not a trend. And the thing is, I've been in Catholic school since I was a child. And very early on, I learned about this stuff. In high school, we had a lot of like, because I went to a Catholic high school, but most of us were all secular. Me and my friends in this Catholic high school were all secular. And we often would come together to discuss like a lot of the shit they would feed us in high school and try and like dismantle it and try and figure out what's actually going on. And so because of my early exposure to that, this has always been something very prevalent. And when October 7th happened, I found myself having to explain to a few people what was even happening, because a lot of people didn't have a stance on it, which is interesting because it doesn't feel like a very complicated issue to have a stance on, I think. If you're at liberty to have the freedom to say things. One of the biggest problems that people find they're not able to have these conversations are people who are still tied to like the Israeli government in some way, and if they speak their actual intentions, they can't. They risk, exile from their own like families and stuff at the very least, and maybe much worse things beyond that. But I think if you're a person with privilege at all, I don't feel like it's a complicated... I don't think there should be any nuance to someone who can speak freely on this stuff. Yeah, the way this stuff has to be packaged for social media is so interesting. It stretches hundreds of thousands of years back. I don't know if hundreds of thousands is the correct amount of years, but it's definitely thousands of years into the past. And I'm not gonna be the professor on this because I will not do a good job of keeping all of the facts in order as they should be. What I can speak on is definitely informed thoughts based on things that have been researched and understood. But the bottom line is, it kind of doesn't matter. Nothing really matters beyond being against genocide, which it is. you don't have to look, you can't look at it and call it anything else. It doesn't really matter who started what. We're just watching genocide happen. And personally, I feel that most of any aggression from Palestinian forces is not really aggression, but self-defense, considering they've been cornered by these governments who have pushed them out of their homes. It's like a really convoluted manifest destiny that you can sort of watch unfold in real time. So that is to say, whenever I even think of saying I've been feeling okay, I start to like think about this dystopian shit that's going on, that I even have the privilege to say I feel okay. If that makes sense. It's like, do I deserve that when all of this shit's happening? And I know it's like, shit's always bad somewhere, right? But that's not the point. It's the fact that right now a lot of this is so preventable without with very little intervention. It's theoretically so fucking preventable. But it's just happening for like the most benign reasons in the universe. So it feels different between something that has a very, very long-winded solution versus where someone could just say, stop fighting, and they stop fighting. So when I hesitate to say I feel okay, that's the addendum I have to, the really big-ass addendum. That was a very long-winded monologue. I apologize. Anyway, it's like it's talking about no matter what leads to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict ? Is a whole thing. Someone said Godspeed. It was like, yeah, that's the Godspeed You Black Emperor album. Was also about the Palestinian genocide as well. And oh my god, I listened to, it took me a while because I knew that album was gonna hurt me deeply. It did. So like, it was crazy because I ordered the album on Bandcamp. I have it on vinyl. The no title. But I remember I was showing my friend who was just moving to Portland. I was showing her, we went to a record store and I was like showing her around and stuff, and I saw just it was in the front rack. The Godspeed You Black Emperor no title, and I still hadn't listened to it yet. And I felt myself like about to like break down in the store, and I had to like keep it together because it's not just me. It's like I was with someone. Can't do that. I had to be chill for them. Well, yeah. It's a lot. It's a lot of shit. There's a lot of shit. One of the hardest things, is it's hard to even know where to put your money. It's hard to know where to donate because everything's so like, so disjointed, and there's a lot of people who are trying to take advantage of these people's situations and try and get money from people who just want to donate. This happens all the time with anything like this, but because this is such a big thing, yeah, it's hard. It's even hard. It's hard to know what's even going to be helpful, because the actual solution to all of this is just governments stop choosing things for their people. Which album was it? It was the new one. It was the Godspeed You Black Emperor. Oh wait, maybe you're not talking about me. Oh yeah, maybe it was Godspeed You Black Emperor. Oh, no. So the band is called Godspeed You Black Emperor, and the album is titled No Title as of date. Let me get it. As of October something. Not October. As of February. Hold on. I'll get it for you. So the album is called No Title as of 13 February 2024, 28,340 dead. And it's really good. It's a really good album. And that was just in February. So, it's great. Something about Huntress. Someone said something about Huntress. Yeah, the Huntress interpolates Locust Room because ties into the sort of multiverse thing, and the Locust Room was an indicator that existed a while ago. And with Ember, the implication is that Arya is like relatively omniscient, not perfectly, but relatively, and knows about Our Light and After, Kai and Stella. So Arya might be repeating what they heard Stella and or Kai said to each other, kind of thing. Because Arya observes the universes with their shadows. It's important to note that Arya and the shadows do not have perfect omniscience. They are limited by their attention spans. But they can see into other universes and observe them, and they document as much as they can. Yeah. What's crazy is because Fairy Tales is a pre Cutie Marks record. A lot of people, I just assume no one's heard that. I basically just assume everyone who interacts with me at this point has never heard anything before Cutie Marks. I just assume that. So I didn't know if everyone was gonna get that reference. I'm glad for people to do that, though. I've been keeping Joyce the messiest, quite a bit, in the waiting zone right now. I'm a big fan of her work as the football player, Messi. It was very good. The concept for the shadows is like, honestly, just to give me the ability to make any fucking stupid thing that I wanted to and give it a reason to exist in the lore. Is there anything on how the Locust would look for a normal person? Yeah, there are some indicators in the novella, but what I can tell you is like the Locust looks very much like Norway forever. That's the best way I can explain it. The Locust looks like the cold fjord parts of Norway. Lots of forests, lots of snow, lots of mountains, if that makes sense. There is no lore reason for that necessarily. I just think it's cool. Maybe there will be a reason it looks like that in the future. Maybe I'll figure out a reason, but right now there's no reason. It's just because it's cool. And because it's nice, and because it feels like prime place to be hunting souls, right? Dashing through the forests of snow-top stuff in between the mountains and hunting spectral souls. I don't know, it sounds fun, sounds cool. So you can just think, you can basically assume a lot of the Locust looks like Norway in its more natural setting. There is like the fact that there's like a general purpley color scheme to things, so think like eternal twilight sort of situation. Just always in this in-between state. Interestingly enough, I imagined where Arya was born to be kind of different. I imagined Arya of being born in a world that felt very spring-like. It felt very like... Really, really trying to think here. I've imagined Arya where they came from, their original world, the origin world, sort of feeling like a sort of springtime Ireland, if that makes sense. Sort of a springtime British Isles, but primarily Ireland. Again, no reason for that. I imagine bright greens, yellows. You want to listen to Winter's End? I'm both sorry for you that you listened to Winter's End, and also still proud that you listened to Winter's End. Man, it was such a big deal when that album came out, and now it's like... It's such an antiquated piece of shit, but it's my antiquated piece of shit, my most beloved. What a terrible album, but also I love it. I would give it a home, and I'm proud that it's here. Well, I would love to visit Norway. I would love to live there, because I hate summer. I imagine where Arya lived. It's just like bright, happy, peaceful looking place with nice grass that's not dead. I mean, yeah. And shout out Peanut Rosemary. Hope you have a good get ready. I do hate summer. Summer's the worst time of year. The objective best season is spring, followed by winter. Summer sucks. Fall is just okay. Fall colors are great. Fall weather is bad. Because fall can be both extremely cold and extremely hot, specifically here. Whereas winter, you get just a steady slew of like the same stuff. And spring, everything is just beautiful. Every spring I wish to frolic, and sometimes I do. Sometimes when I walk outside, I do skip, I do have a little dance. You know, I sing to myself. People just have to deal with it. I just feel like that. Phineas and Ferb would ick at you. I probably would. Yeah. I'm originally from San Francisco, which is why the Alcatraz thing was so funny to me. But I live in Portland now. In San Francisco, we really only had mild weather and not mild weather. The trees stayed the same, and nothing was very different all year round. Now I live in the Pacific Northwest, where we have distinct all four seasons, with weather to boot, and climate change amplifying everything that's happening. So. somehow the summer is worse here in the Pacific Northwest than it was in San Francisco. The one thing I will give Portland, though, is that because it has all 4 seasons, it never stops looking interesting. Such a beautiful city. Ever-changing and very loud. Very, very loud for being such a small city. Like, I was in San Francisco most of my life. Sequel to the Monarch lore? It kind of depends. Wolf's story is done. Like, you don't need to learn too much more about Wolf. Maybe just seeing the dynamics with Arya is interesting. Like some slice of life thing. Arya will continue to be an important character for the rest of, like, the Vylet Pony lore. But mainly passively. I think this is obvious because it says so in the novella, but Feather Dance is causing problems for Arya. Kind of a ruckus, so that will be important in the future, I think. The other thing is, that, oh no, Wolf did not die. I mean, Wolf died, but is living forever in the Locust now. So she's immortal. The ending of Monarch is slightly paradoxical on purpose. The intention I had for people reading the novella is when they get to the final chapter, for the reader to just be like, why the fuck did that just happen? Wait, why did that happen? What does that mean? That's kind of the intended effect I want. I want people to be like, that made no sense. That's what I'm hoping for. It has a purpose for me, but for the reader, I want them to be like, why did that just happen? That was weird. That makes no sense. Why are they behaving so weirdly? What is it now? There's also the fact that Vid's top 5 videos, Vid's house is sort of just like an enclave of the Locust at this point, because all these shadows keep convening there, because Tiberius is an agent of Arya and has to babysit Vid and Dub because of their powers. Arya's already got their hair tangled up in this fucking feather dance business, so it's like, at least make sure the alicorns don't cause problems too, please, Tiberius. Please make sure they don't cause problems. But that is to say that fucking Pilford is just hanging out at Vid's house. Lampert's just hanging out at Vid's house. They're both shadows. Tiberius is not a shadow, but a demigod, but hangs out at Vid's house out of orders from Arya. The shadows don't tend to linger in other worlds for too long, just as much as they need to get information and to do research and to study. But because Vid is already in contact with Arya through Tiberius, it's sort of like an exclusion zone. Her house specifically. Which is something exciting for me, because it means I get to develop a story that revolves around this chaos. I do a comic series that I post on Tumblr and Twitter, but you can go to the Vylet Pony wiki, vylet.wiki, shout out wiki editors, Pilford Squadron. The entire thing's posted there too. But there's a comic series I do where a lot of that gets where a lot of these things just get talked about. I can show it, hold on. Tumblr's still live. It's thriving, actually. It's doing, it's quite usable and quite popular. You can go to the Vylet.wiki. And if you want to read all the comics in succession, you can click on the comic series and then the gallery here. And you can see the entire comic I've been making. It's just periodical. And there's some Aria bits. There's oh, Pilfered. My little meow meow. It's fun to do. Good for me. Apparently there's a new arc with Kenneth. I guess. That's good. So you can read the comic, if you wish. Kenneth the Fail Girl, indeed. But, yeah, the Vylet Pony Wiki is an efficient way to learn about Vylet Pony lore. The realm that the comic initially takes place in is not the Locust. That is correct. The Locust is differentiated with the sort of dark colors. The 3 locations in the comics are the Locust, which is the purple one, Lulamoon's world, which is the garden, and Feather Dance's world, which is everything else so far. Fun fact is, I use a Morse code translator currently. Oh. Moonlight Glow. It is you. I will give you the power. Are you ready? I almost put you on timeout. There you go. You've been granted the power, etc., etc., etc. Wield it wisely, etc. And etc. You have the power. Moonlight Glow. Why are you blue? Very good. That's a lot of etc. I'm only gonna use it for evil. Alright, ban everyone. Go for it. I don't think you can do that. Maybe you can. Why are you blue? Anyway, what I was saying was with the Morse code is I use a Morse code translator, but I technically studied Morse code at the same time. I'm not confident enough in my skills right now to rely on it, but I did learn Morse code. A lot of it's just left my brain. I'll probably do a refresher and try again. There's something very fascinating about it. The fact that it's not immediately intuitive and that it's like kind of a task to communicate with it is actually pretty cool. I don't think it's too complicated. Slice of Life DLC story songs for Monarch of Monsters. Not for Monarch, but maybe with like characters. Like, I've been thinking about, because one of my greatest joys. Sorry, let me just. We will get back to Disco Elysium shortly, I promise. But I've enjoyed talking. Let's see. I just made the Pilfered ref sheet. Here's the Pilfered ref sheet. Okay. Where's the Pilfered ref sheet? So here's the Pilfered ref sheet. And, one of my greatest joys right now is the fact that, Pilfered's, partner, significant other, is just an ordinary portable DVD player. I'm like, I need to make a love song between Pilfered and Sonia. Because I think that would be great. Yeah, and there's Spaghetti. Pilford's stupid son. Is Sonia sentient? No. Sonia is just an ordinary DVD player. And it's beautiful. And it's not a joke. Because instead, it's actually just awesome. I don't know when along the line I decided Pilford was objectum, but it is. And Pilford is so in love. And it's really great. So at some point I might make upgrade down the line to Blu-ray. There's only one Sonia. What do you mean? She's perfect the way she is. We can upgrade her parts. No. She doesn't need that. She's perfect the way she is. But at some point I'd love to make like a ship song for Pilford and Sonia. And the thing that excites me about Pilford the most, especially as a character, is the fact that he can look like literally anything. And still be like recognizable because of the eye stalks design. I love it so much. And for the uninitiated, the way Pilford happened was because I got involved with discussions with the Vylet Pony Wiki editor team. And they mentioned that in Top 5 Videos 4, I think, I made Vid write Pilford insert the Pringles clip, which was basically like my version of Donkey's like Polly put the thing on screen, except Vid wouldn't have an editor. In my mind, Vid wouldn't have an editor. It's like it's just Top 5 Videos. You don't need someone else to do it for you. But so that's why it's funny to be like, Pilford, put the clip here. It's like, why are you asking that? It's just a silly video. But then all the wiki editors were disappointed when I told them Pilford wasn't real. And they started designing like their headcanons for what Pilford would look like. And I'm like, God fucking damn it. I'm gonna find a way to make Pilford, and I'm gonna find a way to make Pilford canon in the Vylet Pony lore. So Pilford's a shadow, an agent of Arya. And this is what Pilford became. Pilford was literally just like a coffee table napkin drawing that I turned into a real full ass thing. And the exciting thing about Pilford is that it's literally like it's Schrodinger's gender, it's Schrodinger's species. It can be literally anything, and you only discover it once you observe. Do I have the Pilford wheel? Hold on, let me get the Pilford wheel. Where's the Pilford gender wheel? Wait, can someone from the wiki chat, can you link the Schrodinger's, not Schrodinger's gender wheel? Can you send the Pilford wheel? The Pilford gender wheel? How did Pilford have a child with a portable DVD player? Pilford is biologically asexual. It reproduces by budding. Fucking the first thing I see opening the wiki chat is just 5307. There he is. Where's the Pilford? Does anyone know who is the Pilford wheel? Thank you. Thank you. The wheel. So I don't remember who in the wiki chat came up with this. Well, I came up with it, but I didn't make it. Someone else made it. So it was like, how do we refer to Pilford? And I'm like, okay, so what you have to do is spin a wheel of every pronoun in existence. And that's what you call Pilford for 24 hours. And here's the Pilford gender wheel. Spin that shit. Okay. Pilfered is a EXE? EXE today? Is it X or EXE or what? Pilfered is EXE now. Yeah, EXE is so cool. So that's how you refer to Pilfered. Is you just spin the wheel and you have to use that pronoun for 24 hours. And then it resets. So yeah. Anyway, I have come to Pilfered for whatever reason came into my life at like a very pivotal brain forming thing. So now EXE is like just a very, very important thing to me. It's etched into my brain as a part of my healing process in life. So now Pilfered's canon. EXE gets to be a bird sometimes. Sometimes whatever the fuck that is. Hold on, I'll get the Here's my Tumblr advertisement coming. You should follow me on Tumblr, because that's where I post all the art that I do. Here we go. Sea urchin today? Yep. Same pronoun used for different people? That's a really good question. Is my nose stuffy? It always is. But probably more today, because probably more today. I think the exploration of Pilfered is a very personal one. It's a very individual one. To really understand EXE, you have to have your own formative memories and consideration of EXE. Therefore, I think the correct answer is that everyone spins their own wheel. There isn't one person that spins the wheel and then everyone uses that pronoun. It's each person spins the wheel. And that's how they refer to EXE. I think one of the lights in my lamp went out. Speaking of which, I actually bought Lampert, but I don't know what light bulbs go in it. I have no fucking clue how to I have no fucking clue how to find the correct light bulbs for Lampert. Does anyone want to help me? Wait. Wait. Does anyone want to help me? What the fuck do I put in this thing? Can we even do this? Everything's falling, but that's okay. What the fuck do I even put in this? I have no idea where goes in Lampert. Because I have no idea how light bulbs work. Silly string. I believe you. You put swirly bulbs in that. Why is it giving me a thumbs up? Why did that just happen? Do it again. What the fuck? Do it again. Okay. Thanks. Peace? Whatever. Yeah, I have no fucking clue what to put in that. It seems that no one has an answer, potentially. You need to bring it to your hardware store? I don't want to fucking do that. I don't want someone to be like, why do you have this? It's like, I don't know, fucking... It's a joke. It's funny. Oh shit, my headphones. Anyway. I knocked over a cup of knives. I have a cup of knives. Let's set some up. Where did the cup go? Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. How many knives are in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 knives in here. But I have more. Are they pocket knives? Sort of. I can't even find the. I had a switch knife that like switches between being scissors and a knife, which is the one I use the most, but I can't find it right now. I'm a little bit frustrated because that one's the nicest to hold. Some of these are rather big. But I put these in the cup because I'm not using these ones. That's fine, I guess. What I do have is I keep this at my desk. Just the classic one. It's a classic thing. Not a big deal. Just standard thing. I was working on my bass guitar last night and I was using this for it, which is fun. But this one I don't bring with me usually, I keep it at my desk. I actually have this one that I bring with me. It's so cool. It's so small. It's so small. But it's really sharp and it works really well. And does this have this one? Okay, this one does look at this shit. This is crazy. In a form factor this small, they still manage to give you fucking scissors, and these work. It's crazy. I still haven't figured out what this is for. I think this is for like something. I think it's just a toothpick. Anyway. It's really funny because then I have like it's like this versus like one of these, which is like quite different. So okay, I keep the pink one on my keys. I need a bigger one. Why do I have that? Why do I have a knife? Why do I have knives? Knives are good. Knives are good objects. And I need more. Why is your home armed with weapons? Because I'm queer. There he is. Where? Where? Where is he? Tell me. I'm looking at my screen right now. Where is he? Where's the fire version of that? I don't know. Can someone send the fire version of it? I didn't save it. Thank you. Thank you, Shan. Oh, I did save it. Never mind. Wait. I did save it. But now I can put it in here. No, I saw the cocaine thing again. Hold on. Media source. Cocaina. Create new. Browse. Let me go to the fucking file. Cool text. Does it embed? Oh, wait, I didn't make it loop. It just showed up for 2 seconds. There we go. Cocaina. No. Flower. Somebody just asked me why I hate the military. I'm Blade. Drain gang. Shout out to all the drainers. Shout out to Echo. He pulled up in that rover. Drain my life. But Pilford is just like Pilford's magic radiation researcher, magic radiation physicist. So EXE has a pretty serious job under Arya, but also I guess works part-time as Vid's video editor, I guess. The coke was covering I thought you said my EXE. It's like, oh, EXE's all yours. Anyway. I think we're lured out. I think it's time to return to video game. It was a good conversation though. We've kept her waiting. My EXE. So yeah, EXE is like literally magic radiation physicist as a primary profession, and then just helps Vid out with the top 5 video series for some reason. Just standing there for like an hour in her boat. Kept you waiting, huh? Alright. What was the conversation? We were just talking about how the logistics group formed. And I was like, being like, you're rich and such, and it probably helps to start out with a royal monopoly.
You know more than you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribes have failed, or been absorbed. To survive, Wild Pines had to grow and adapt. No suzerain did that.
Joyce the messiest watched you talk about Pilford as Harrier Dubois for the last few minutes. Pilford is more important. I basically am going to do everything in my power to make everyone look at Pilford. Because, like, just in the span of, like, the comics and just like, my own drawings and, like, talking with everyone about it, EXE has become, like, one of my favorite creations.
You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo? We built this district.
We. There it is. She owns up to it.
All the best parts of it. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, with its bastions. The plazas Meteor and Mosaic. Even some of the old street lamps have been put back thanks to the investments from the WP. Before Martinez was swallowed by the industrial harbour, even before it was part of Revachol, long before Terminal B was erected here, the Pines built it as a resort for its Revacholian employees. A company getaway, for a weekend or a summer holiday. Then came the revolution. But that's another matter. I'm here to make sure the Pines can fulfill their responsibilities to the place they built.
Is Kim gonna get mad at me for, like, being this way? Also, see, someone was asking me about tarot something. Can you re-ask that question? So I could just get to it. I don't remember what was being said. Sorry, Rejoice the messiest. I have a chat to attend to. Surely you understand. This is the way of us. This is the way of our people. The chatters. Rejoice the messiest. Are you familiar with Vylet Pony? I think you will love Sludge. I think she would really, really love it. Vylet Pony. The tower represents in tarot. I don't exactly know what you're referring to. I just know tarot cards look cool. I don't really know much else. What about the part where Violet burns the garden? You're right. Rejoice the Messias is gonna love this one. Warum hast du keine Kundenservin? What would this woman think of Pilford? She would be like, "Ah, a ghastly sight." And then I would kill her. Tarot card usually represents a really major, usually bad event. Major event, usually bad event. What would the tower represent in tarot? Oh, okay. Probably the I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like the Sapphire Torrent carousel would be kind of a tower thing, question mark. You should maybe ask Rejoice the Messenger what the tower is. Tower represents destruction and also like freedom. Yeah, that sounds like the Sapphire Torrent. So what's your British accent like? I don't know. 2 towers? One for each plane? For me? No way. You would build 2 towers for me? In my honor? Maybe even 3 towers. 3rd tower theory. What about the 3rd tower? I am not British. I am not British. Stop saying this. I was born in San Francisco. Oh, I'm from Daly City, but same thing. I'm not British, I'm worse. I'm Filipino. That's what I should say.
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus. Good luck is only kept in place by the vested interests of half the civilized world, including your own.
Did I just hear Philippine? Do you like Jollibee? I hope you mean Jollibee. Actually, wait. I'm sorry. This just reminded me. I need to look up the status of Jollibee coming to Portland. Jollibee, Portland. '25 opening in Hillsborough. Holy shit. Early 2025. Jollibee spaghetti is goated. It really is. People who are not Filipino don't get it. Like, oh, it tastes so sweet. Why does it taste so sweet? That's the fucking point. And it's delicious. Okay, cool. So, I haven't been to Jollibee in 5 years. Because I moved out of California. And they're opening the first Jollibee in Portland in early 2025 in Hillsborough. So... Jollibee is good. Jollibee is good, but not everyone's gonna get it. It's either an acquired taste or just you have to grow up with it.
What the ma'am means is that the Emergencies Act and the RCM both get their authority from the coalition government.
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike. I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place.
Wait, she just admitted that the lynching and the strike are connected.
Now they won't even let me into the harbor. There's a 2-meter 20 racist behemoth blocking the gates. Yes, I believe there is a connection, but that's a subject for later. Yes, Jean-Luc Measurehead. Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
Negotiations?
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
Ludicrous even. It's meant.
Mr. Clare told him to... how did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Oh. Do you love black licorice? Do I like black licorice? No. But you're entitled to like it. It is a perfectly reasonable thing to like.
Yes. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union.
Do I like red licorice? A little bit more, but I wouldn't choose to eat it, if that makes sense. I don't really like sweet things very much unless it's soda. I don't really like to have too much candy. I also dislike chocolate usually. There are some things I will make an exception for. I prefer salty because I am salty. I prefer spicy because I am spicy. I prefer sour because I am sour.
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes, every worker, a member of the board.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
Fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about anything, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
I have had a Turkish delight before. Someone from Turkey actually gave me it. I remember it being sort of neutral in flavor and chewy. I remember it fondly, but I can't tell you anything about the taste very much. It would have been like 13 years ago.
I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening
tamales.
position. A hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again.
You're making me really hungry. And I know where to get tamales here. surprisingly, there's a reasonable Mexican food presence in Portland, one that feels good. I'm from California, so my opinions on Mexican food are going to be informed mostly by the fact I've eaten Mexican food from Mexican families most of my life. So I'm not Mexican, but most of my friends in school were either that or Filipino. And so, while I'm not Mexican and I've never been to Mexico, I have like at least a reasonable propensity to evaluate the relative authenticity of Mexican food outside of Mexico, at least, which is a very specific subset of skills, but it kind of matters because Filipinos are the Mexicans of Asia, so that's what they say. Mexican food is like one of my passions. It's the best food in the world, really. It's like a actual general flavor palette where people actually know what spice is and flavor is and not afraid to actually make something that tastes good. I think for me, I like burger because it's safe. It's like it's a safe food for sure, but it's hard to get a burger that has like that bursts with flavor, you know? All the flavor from a burger will probably just come from sauce or cheese or whatever.
And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the boyar at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
This checks out.
Mm-hmm.
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrog, come to plead for work where the Union refuses to?
Don't let her answer it herself.
If these strikebreakers were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not yet, at least.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first. Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
Oh, do you perhaps mean sludge?
If you were to prick him with something sharp, you could see it oozing out. A knife, maybe? No, a rapier.
Oh, heavens no. We get along just fine. Yet, now that you mention it, I can't stop imagining that black treacle just dribbling down his double chin. He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar. Have you seen him? Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does. And when one's term is 4 minutes out, the other takes over.
Rejoice the messiest. I need you to run it back. What the fuck do you mean the rivers run red? Rude. The joke of wolf. Rude. Actually, do I play the, editors in chat, do I play the video? You know the one. I probably have to. The joke of him. The joke of him. but like the one that chat hasn't seen. The special edition. It may be required to show the joke of 328. Okay, so the most beloved Pilfered Squad. They know my love for Clickhole, and they wished to honor this in such a way.
Think about a joy that is so big you can't even imagine it. Are you at the limits of your mind? Too bad, because you need to get 3 million times happier. That's how good it feels to know the joke of 328 dead.
By 2024, I had learned almost all the jokes of Vylet Pony, but the joke of 328 remained a beautiful mystery. Then, one day, it hit me. It was like getting struck by lightning, and suddenly, I understood the joke of 328 dead.
Nobody prepares you for the moment you realize the joke of him dead. It's just a normal Monday or Thursday or Wednesday or a weekend, or it's a Tuesday or a Friday.
I was actually asleep in my bed when I woke up with an understanding about 328 deep in my soul. I started shaking all over, and I drew this diagram on a piece of toilet paper I found in the closet. It took me several years to decipher this divine graph. Now I know its meaning, dead. And it's so funny that I'm still laughing about it right now. Every minute, I'm even laughing about it right now.
I couldn't keep my mouth shut from talking about it when I discovered 328's joke. Dead. It's how he's dead. He's lost his life. I walked into the middle of the locust room and shouted, the joke of 328 dead is so clear to me now. 328 lives in Cetera, and the secret joke of him is that he's dead. Dead.
When I whispered the miracle of 328's joke into the ear of my lover, it wept for 7 years, and then stopped. And then I wept for 7 years. It was amazing.
Learning the joke of 328 is about dead completely changed my life. For example, my sister is now a corpse, just like funny 328, and I am so proud, dead.
Twilight Sparkle sent me a letter and asked if I could explain to her the joke of 328 dead. I told her about the way 328 stopped living, and Twilight said, everyone on Starship Ponyville has heard 328's joke, and now we're all gonna stop fighting and get married.
Now that I know 328's wonderful joke, dead, it's dead, I feel like a completely different lamb. I have more confidence, and I read much slower. I smile bigger, my hooves are longer, my wolf is gone, and I am bankrupt.
My only wish is that Creekflow's soul could have been there to watch me laugh about 328 and his big joke about dead. Instead, Creekflow is still alive, so it came over and we talked about it for a couple hours. That was also pretty nice.
I guess what I would say to people who have never understood the joke of 328, I know, it's dead. They need to imagine someone who's being very dead and understand how funny that is. If you can do that, you're pretty close to understanding the joke of him, 328, and how it works. Dead.
When you hear 328 doing his joke of dead, try to laugh at it and enjoy it. This will help you understand that it's good and that you love it.
I showed up 3 years late to the garden because I was too busy trying to understand the joke of 328 dead, and I would do it again in a heartbeat.
Shout out to Pilfered Squadron for this video. And thank you, Pilfcord, for everything. And it is so funny that I'm even laughing about it now. Oh, Depiglio I don't think the Vylet Pony general channel has like common knowledge of Depiglio, so that needs to wait for when we get Depiglio knowledge rolling, and then we can present that one. Anyway. It was so good. Thank you, Pilf Squad, for that masterpiece. That was so dead.
It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues. The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organised labour at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, we are forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother. And your opinion, Detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is... Of course, officer. I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore. Or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
This forewoman, her name?
Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman in private correspondence. Holly. I don't even know if it's a sir or given name, and I don't have access to the Union's files. Downright haunting, if you ask me. The Wild Pines suspected foul play, but what could they do? It was a Union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help? You have? And how did you like Mr. Clare?
He's a beautiful man. The cause of capital.
Oh, come on now. He has his uses. How else would he have stayed in power all these years? Or wait, actually, corruption. That's how he's done it. Fantastic, Worm-like corruption.
Worm-like.
Reaching into the bowels of the earth.
The position of my unusual colleague does not reflect official policy. I hope you understand. The RCM does not pick sides.
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a corrupt Worm myself. However, if you felt like discussing something, how could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take? It's only natural. We would only be gossiping.
Intellectually speaking, it would be quite interesting to hear what she has to say about these things.
Oh. That's so helpful of him.
This is Agent 47's handler, Diana. I was thinking that. Everyone else is talking about Team Fortress 2. I'm thinking about Diana.
The lieutenant looks at you, and you can swear his jaw muscle is trembling. He's able to contain the anger and surprise.
Unconventional police officers sometimes lose their guns. They then go around and tell people about this, to gauge their reactions. It's all part of detecting.
Incredible. Simply incredible. And how is it going? Has this detecting produced a gun? Yes. As you said.
Please, don't get him in a loop. If he gets in a loop, it will last forever. Ask him to say something else, please.
That's wrong. You don't get into loops.
I know logic. It's
Totally
okay.
slanderous. Maybe you've gotten into one tiny loop once.
Oh no, I've gone in a few of them.
Of course. Thank you for the advice. I'm glad you were here to assist. Your other dealings with Everard are still of considerable interest to me.
The lieutenant will be more lenient toward sharing those, hopefully.
Did you now? What sort of borscht is he making? The strike brew. That's a classic. And by turn up the heat, I presume you mean put more alcohol in it? Why, if I may ask? Why make them more drunk? Aren't they corked enough already?
Wait, I said this wrong.
Yes, Detective. What were you hoping to accomplish with this strange thing?
Beyond curious. I will choose to interpret that as you turning the alcohol in the strike brew down. For the sake of our professional relationship, and because I don't like the idea of them any more drunk than they already are. What else? Of course, Detective. Should something come up later, down the road, don't be afraid to drop by for a chat. Until then, is there anything I can help you with? Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57, and this is my colleague from Precinct 41, Detective Dubois. I'm afraid Harry doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
Oh, and what happened to yours, Detective? I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode? I can't hear you, darling. Speak up, please. Oh dear. I suppose this does explain some of the more curious turns in our conversation.
She must have been suspecting something for a while now.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize. But I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement. Feelings will guide the way.
I assure you, it is no small matter for me either. We all share the responsibility for disarming this situation. I hope you have a badge for me as soon as possible. Trust me, officer, I am fully committed to resolving this impasse. This isn't some side gig for me.
She's silent. The wind flaps the sail above her.
Why am I saying this?
Officer. You know, I don't mean to sound cold, but if you want something, you have to give something back. More than just guilt.
You're doing it. Despite your own best efforts, you're still getting in. Somehow.
I'll be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something tangible. The Union is conducting drug trade out of the harbor. It's an open secret in Martinez. Surely it must not come as a complete surprise to the RCM either. Perhaps it's time to look into it. Or you can find your badge, which honestly seems like a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue. This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective. Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchmen. This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
Maybe this is all her plan. She might have heard about you.
I wouldn't go that far. Her reaction did come off as sincere to me. I think she's just quick to adapt. She's a professional, after all. Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large, and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters.
The situation might have changed drastically by the time you locate it. Time is of the essence.
You could request a new one from your station, but that would literally take months. No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done, and demand for her information on the lynching.
He's so mad at me. Why can I not speak? I cannot speak to her. Help me. Help. I can't. She's too pissed. Okay, well, I'll figure this out. I think it's a good time to stop. And continue on this later. It's bugged, yeah. Hopefully just saving will... restarting later. The balloon champion always has trouble talking to women. He most certainly is the balloon champion of the universe. What that means for us, well, we may not ever know. So, thanks for coming to the stream, and we'll do this again. Remember, December 23rd is, no matter what, 2024. And what else? Oh, I believe on December 26th, the day after Christmas, of course, we will be doing a special stream on December 26th, I believe. That may change, tentatively. But, for right now, December 26th, big stream, big special stream, and it will be at a more reasonable time. And what we will be doing is I will be performing the entire movie of Elf from relative memory. So I'm going to play Elf slide by slide and try and recite as much of the movie as possible. I am allowed to have 3 lifelines to check the script for information. If I run out of lifelines for the script, I just have to make shit up. I just have to fucking make shit up. It's gonna be great. Shit, I have to buy spaghetti. I gotta buy spaghetti so we can make the elf spaghetti meal. We'll do it. So yeah, once again, December 26th, I'm going to do a stream and attempt to recite all of the movie Elf by memory. So that's great. It's gonna be horrible. It's gonna be horrible. I'm not gonna understand how to do anything. But it's gonna be great. The elf spaghetti is just Jollibee food. Jollibee food. Fight me. No, it's not. But, well, yeah. Okay, let me... Should I just... I'm gonna keep... I'm gonna keep this GIF on screen for next time I stream. And, it's just gonna be a lovely surprise. I'm gonna forget it's there when I start up the stream, and then everyone's gonna see it. So thanks for joining us, and, have a good night. Or morning, or whatever the I didn't forget the bye. Batty's not in call.